Garp. Hi kids, how are we doing today? My little melons, my melonlings. And it's time for more editing. No Sanji shopping today. Last stream was just Sanji shopping, which was awesome. And I did manage to get the Sanji figurine of my dreams. And I'm still excited for it, and I still can't wait for it. But I'm gonna put on music. Oh, I keep forgetting. My Twitch hit 12k followers. Yay! Thank you, everyone. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. It's a good number. It's a nice even number.
I see the subs were put to good use then.
They were indeed. They were indeed. It was only like, what, a $30 figurine, but it's everything to me. So I'm so excited for it. All right. Put on music, time to edit. I gotta do a lot of work. The Sanji figurine of my dreams is the stupidest thing ever. This is music, don't be scared. That tape is the music. There you go. Hang on, let me turn that down just the teensiest, weensiest bit. I don't know when it arrives. It hasn't been shipped yet. I'll let you know when it's shipped. This is it. This is it. That's it. It's like very small. It's very small, it's very cheap, but it was discontinued. And the reason it's the Sanji fig of my dreams is because they don't make him like this. They just don't make him like this. They don't make him so playful and flirty with his legs like this. They just don't do that anymore. The most they've got is the one I have in the background. Sorry, that thing. Where in the very corner there, I always have to do that. That very corner in the box. That's the most playful and flirtatious that they do with his legs. They don't do that anymore. They rarely do it. Sometimes they just have him standing there and I cannot stand it. Hang on. Why is he just standing? Where's a little leg pop? Where's a little thigh raise? You know what I mean? Like, the last thing he should be doing is just standing there. His iconic, like, move is literally his legs. He needs to move a bit more, you know what I mean? He needs to move. I love this one. But once again, he's just standing there. The only reason this one is pretty good is because of the flair of the outfit. He looks like a little gay cowboy, right? I like it, but there should be a little bit more movement. You know? Just a little bit more movement. Right? What's the point of him being flexible if you're not gonna make him flex a little? I just don't get it. But this one, I showed it last time. This is the best they've done in a very long time. In a very long time. Look at that. That's the dynamicness that I want. But it's not as flirtatious, you know what I mean? It's not as playful. And if you compare it to this, where's, like, we need more of that. It's pissing me off. Like a little, it's flirty, isn't it? Isn't it just like the cutest thing? It just makes me mad that they don't do that anymore. Like this is small and it's cheap, and I'm sure the details are not going to be perfect by any means, but it's cute. It's all I want. Bring him back. Just make him a little flirtatious, you know? Make him a little playful. That's all I'm asking. Make him smile. They don't make him smile enough. They always make him serious looking. at which ones he's smiling. He's smiling in that one, so smile count. Smiling. I'm not counting that one, barely. Not smiling. Hang on. Smiling, not smiling, not smiling, not smiling, not smiling, not smiling. Not smiling. Smiling. It's like a smirk. He like smirks a lot. Do I count a smirk? I don't want to count a smirk. Not smiling, not smiling, not smiling. Smiling, smiling. Not smiling, not smiling. Smiling. Not smiling. Smiling, not smiling, not smiling, not smiling. 6. Out of all the figurines I've got back there, 6 of them are... Thank you for that. Out of all the figurines I've got back there, so take a look at them, only 6 of them are smiling. And would you like to know why that frustrates me as the #1 Sanji fan? Are you ready for this? Because they know the way Oda draws him. This is not an Oda drawing, this one. This is just Toei, but look at that. Isn't that so nice? Isn't that so cute? But when Oda draws him, a lot of the fucking time... Look at his little face. Can you see that? It's kind of hard to see, I know. Because it's like blurry. He's got a big old fucking cheesy grin! He's got a big, fat, cheesy grin, right? Nice big fucking grin. Nice big happy grin. When I think of Sanji, I think of him with that big fat cheesy grin. I don't think of him smirking. I don't think of him glaring. Because this is authentically him. He's got this big fat cheesy grin on his face, right? When I think of a smirk or I think of a glare, I think of Zoro. I point it back there like he's back there. He's not back there. I think of this fucking guy, right? I do not think of this fucking guy. It's just, the difference is insane. So when they don't make him smile, it actually upsets me. Because it's like, that's like, he's got a big smile. He's a happy little guy. Like that's his authentic self when he has that smile, right? That's kind of the point to me. Or he's crying. It's either that, smiling or crying. Sometimes a bit of a glare. I have many notes. I've got many notes for the design teams. Many. I just feel like they don't understand him.
What about a crying Sanji figurine?
They got those. But what they desperately need, I don't think they have this. Sanji Whole Cake Island figure. They need to make a figure of him crying outside Pudding's window. I don't think they made one. They also need to make a figurine of when Luffy says to Sanji, "That's who you are." Because they've made so many of him with the Baratier when he's crying to Zeph and saying thank you. How is there not a figure of him with Luffy and Luffy saying that's who you are? That's like as iconic to me. There is one, just search it. I'm looking up, hang on, crying Sanji figure. Like officially? There's a lot of Whole Cake Island figurines, but I can't find one of him crying outside Pudding's window. Whole Cake Island Sanji figure. If it exists, it must be exceptionally rare. This one's cute. That's a cute one. I can see it's a little bit cheap though. Why was that an image that just downloaded? I can see this one. But he's not crying. Is this the one you're talking about? Also, why does pudding look like that? I think this is not official. Yeah, it's not. He's not crying. That is not crying. You lied to me. I want him with that face. If it existed, I'd know. Exactly. I want him with this face. I demand it. If that existed as a figurine, immediately I'd be swiping that up. Immediately I'd be swiping it up. It's actually very upsetting that that does not exist. My favorite Sanji outfit? The red suit in Wano is so beautiful. That is such a good outfit he's got. I really like the little fluffy cardigan that he wears, like the little jacket that he wears in Zoro. I'm a big fan of that. The Whole Cake Island, he's got good fits in Whole Cake Island. The royal wear and the wedding outfit that he wears are very good. I am honestly a bit of a fan of the Elbaf one because he does look like a knight. But the red Wano suit, the drip was sensational. It was truly sensational. He should be wearing gloves more, shouldn't he? That makes a lot of sense. When he wore gloves in Wano, I was like, why does he not wear them all the time when he fights? Like, to protect his hands more. I don't like the faces on these ones. And this one's really cute. I just wish it was more high quality because I can see that it's low quality and cheap. Man. But honestly, some of Sanji's best outfits are from the color spreads. I'll be honest. Let me find examples. This is an unbearably fucking cute one. The light wash jeans, the rainbow fucking jacket. He looks like a mum from the 70s. Like, this is one of the best outfits. It is so docile. Like, Sanji looks like a mum from the 70s and Zoro looks like the fishing. He looks like it ain't a good day unless I'm fishing, you know what I mean? This is so unbelievably domestic, these outfits. It cracks me up. Zoro looks like the redneck going hunting and fishing, and then Sanji looks like a beautiful 70s wife. Fish want me, women fear me. It should be fish want me, I fear women. And sorry, Luffy's got like Adidas drip. The cute little hat from Nami. All the outfits here are really sweet. Love the jacket look, and again the light wash jeans over here. Yeah. Yeah, Jamiroquai. But these outfits are so good. This is such a good fit. And another one of my favorites. This one. Come on. You all know exactly fucking why I like this one. You know why why Iced Tea Addict? Here's advice from me. Do not use the color spreads for anything. I'm like serious. The color spreads have never indicated anything. The closest that we've ever got, allegedly, was Ace dying, but it was very, like, that was very, how do I explain? That was like a stretch. It was an unbelievable stretch. Oda doesn't hide anything in the color spreads. He's like, over the fucking 30 years that he's been making this series, he's never hidden anything in the color spreads. I honestly believe if you use color spreads to try and see anything, you're really reaching. Like, it's literally like a 1 in a million. He doesn't do that. I know that, so the answer is it doesn't mean anything then. The answer is it means nothing. He just fucking puts things in it. Anyway, this outfit, sublime. The pink undershirt, yeah. The cuffs peeking out here. Everything about this outfit is beautiful. It's so beautiful. That's his red suit. This is what I mean, by the way. Zosan Light. I'm fucking telling you. I'm telling you that when he made Dressrosa and he split Sanji up with the other half, he went, fuck. Fuck. I've split apart like my argument duo that I really like writing, because he clearly likes writing them. I have to make them again. I'm telling you, that is what happened. Like, it's no coinky dink that they're blonde and green to me. Are you kidding me? There's no way. That was the Green Goblin mask whispering to Oda, like, you have to make them again. And he went, fuck. Fine. I'm looking through my arts, hang on. This is such a nice outfit. I'm such a fan. See, look at his smile! Oda nearly always draws him with a cute little smile, so I don't know why. Why the fuck do the figures always make him? See? The smirk! When I think of a smirk, I do not think of Sanji, I think of Zoro. When I think of a happy little fucking goofy smile, I think of, like, Sanji, and then the goofiest smile is Luffy, right? They're like 3 levels of, like, smiling. The smirk, the smile, the goofy ass smile. You know what I mean? But this is such a nice little outfit with the white tie and the red shoes. Oh, it's a good one. There's one I mean, my favorite outfit, I already know what it is. Oh fuck, this is such a good one. But you'd be hard-pressed to say this is a bad one. I think also Nami's outfit is so cute. But you'd be very hard-pressed to find someone that doesn't like this one. Also, center fucking piece Sanji. Okay, Diva. I see how it is. I think everyone likes this outfit. I don't know anyone who hates this outfit. I know my favorite Sanji fit. I'm now looking for it. Oh, love this one. The pink accents. I just love Oda's wacky colors. I don't care what anyone says. I would rather have an author that is fine with having a rainbow color palette than an author that is like, we have to make everything a bit more darker and a bit more monotone. It would fucking kill me. That's one of the reasons I like One Piece, because even though the colors don't always match well, I'd much rather prefer that and the clash of colors than a monotone, you know? I much rather prefer it. Speaking of monotone colors, this fucking boring bitch back here. But he's got blue gloves on. Like, look at, isn't this so cute? He's got little pinky purple earmuffs and little red gloves and little pink accents and fluff. It's so cute. If he wears pink, it's an insta-fave. Another one. Another one, thank you. See? Not the outfit, the smile. Like, he smiles so much. He smiles so much. Stop making his figurines so serious. Stop fucking pissing me off. I do not think about Sanji frowning or glaring or even smirking. I think about him smiling. Yeah, Zoro's getting attacked. I think about him smiling. It just pissing me off. It just pisses me off. They just don't understand him. He is glaring here, but listen, that's because he's got this bum behind him. They're all trying to aura farm in this one. Another one. Another one, thank you. Another one, thank you. Yep. Always a nice smile. This one is really good because it's just a cozy casual. The slimming black shirt, the little bracelet, and the low-rise dark jeans. Okay. Again, domestic, casual. Excuse me, the focus center is Sanji's pussy. Thank you very much. How dare you say that? What's he look like in this one? Oh, that's a nice little kimono he has. Look at this fucking guy. I just can't believe people think Zoro is such an aura farmer. God, that is the most misinformation I ever received. I ever fucking received when starting One Piece. That Zoro's like the coolest fucking guy. And then I started reading it and I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. You've got to be joshing me. I don't have all the cover arts, but I've got a good majority of them. This one is so cute. Why all of them aren't on this color spread, I don't know. Like, I don't know why Jinbe and Zoro are not here. I don't know why he removed 2 of them. Because everyone else is here. The Sanji tax, but he's so cute in this one. This is such a cute one. Right, the Pride Month spread and Zoro's not there. What's going on? This outfit. Everyone looks so good in this. I fucking love the feather boa. I just love it. The gloves, the jewelry. Same, and Zoro looks good too. Like, they all look good in this. All the feather boas, God. And Frankie looks fucking phenomenal. Doesn't he? I need headache tablets. Oh my God. I'm like screaming so much. Hang on. You're looking at a woman that's running on coffee right now. I would argue this is some of the best, like, Frankie's ever looked. Because here's the thing, I love his hair. And I know a lot of people are disappointed with the buzz cut. But he's making the buzz cut work in this one. It's the feather boa. It's doing wonders for him. And the earrings, oh my God. Sorry, the difference in Sanji and Zoro's bodies just cracked me up, because one is clearly a lot leaner than the other one. Obviously, because Zoro fucking focuses fully on physical force and muscle, and this one doesn't. This is such a nice color spread, isn't it? Something that cracks me up about this one. Oh, fucking course. I've always had the idea if they ever played instruments, Zoro would be a drummer. And he'd always have a drumstick in his mouth. Because he's a fucking idiot like that. But he just screams drummer. He just screams hit. You know what I mean? He screams it. A third drumstick. And then he's got the fucking trombone. I can't say I've imagined Sanji with a trombone. I do imagine him more with a guitar because of that one cover art that Oda drew. It's one of my favorites. I'm sure you all know it. Oh my god, do I not have it saved? What? Oh my god, I'm such a fake Sanji fan. Oh, this has shocked me. Chapter 360. I have to save this immediately. What the hell? How do I not have it? Hang on, I'm on my way to get it. Oh, it's not 360. Wait, what? Did I not read it right? Does it say 350? Oh my god, it's so blurred. Ah! Thanks, Monopoly Buddy. That scared the shit out of me. Oh, it's 350. I'm an idiot. I've lost the websites where...
I want to print that cover and put it in the ceiling at home.
Which one? This cover? Or the one I'm looking for? Sorry, I'm trying to find the colored version of it. Because I quite like it. But it seems I've lost it. $350, $350, $350. What the hell? I usually have a place to find the colored chapters, but I think the website got taken down. This is this one, I don't know. Oh, embarrassing, I'm making you all wait. It wasn't Bato that I got it from. I'm doing the old Google search. Ah! I found one.
Always chill mood here. I'm leaving to work.
Oh.
Gotta keep earning my Monopoly money. See you later.
Thanks, I appreciate that. The good old Google search. I just did a little bit of searching and I found it. Hang on, I'm upscaling it, not with AI. Don't ever upscale anything with AI. It's gonna add stupid details. I cannot stand it. I remember when TCB, that's who they are, right? They upscaled one of the newer chapters and it gave Zoro his eye back. And everyone went, haha, Oda doesn't even remember. And it's like, that wasn't even fucking him. It was TCB upscaling it. It's so frustrating because we've had upscaling image tools before AI, largely image generation was a thing, right? But now so many of the websites are closing down because they're like, oh, AI's taking over. No! Please stay! AI upscaling is horrendous. It just doesn't do the right job. This one, I finally found it. Because of this cover, I think about him playing guitar. And that makes sense, because I'm sure Zeph would have had an acoustic guitar that he would have learnt. It's such a good one. I really like this one. But this one isn't even my favorite Sanji cover art. My favorite Sanji cover art is... Frankie has both guitar. He uses acoustic and electric. I believe this thoroughly. My favorite Sanji cover art's this one. There's just something so sweet about this one. I'd love to get this framed, truly. I should, actually. I can print this shit out. I don't know why I don't do it. But... it's just cute. But I must admit... one of the more recent ones with him... with the mice... is so unbearably cute. Where the mice are getting married. And he's... no, they're proposing and he's helping them. That one is sickeningly cute. But that's not officially colored yet. So I can't print it out yet. Oh fuck, that's right. It was Bonnie's Thank You Daddy one. Which is, again, sickening. That's sickening that that's what that one was. Like the chapter... Oda, you piece of shit. This. This one is so damn cute. See what I mean? This is what I think of when I think of him. I don't think of him glaring or smirking. I think he's just a happy boy. He's just a happy little guy. I love how, like... Now this is why I always tell people, Oda's not writing Zoro to be cool. He's writing Zoro to be an idiot who's trying to be cool. And the reason I know this is because... Sanji's kind of similar in the sense that Sanji's trying to act grown up and he's trying to be cool, but he's naturally just a sweet guy. Like he's naturally pretty nice. Don't get me wrong, he will not pull his punches. Like he will still be an asshole. But he's a nice guy. He's just a little ray of sunshine, right? So this is like Sanji's natural state, right? The cover art that Zoro gets is him playing musical chairs with chihuahuas and losing. And it's like, it's so clear to me that the reason Oda likes those requests so much of Zoro being silly is because he's silly. Because Zoro is that silly, he is that stupid, and he tries not to be. He's naturally like Zoro's naturally a goofy guy, and he tries to be cool. He's like, I keep saying, I don't call Zoro cool because he's not naturally cool. He tries to be cool, he puts it on, right? He's making a mental effort to be cool, right? He has to think about it. He's not naturally cool. He's silly. He's a very silly guy, and that's why I like him so much. Oh god. The difference in how Sanji looks now, like, as in... Like, look at him here. And look at him here. Hasn't he gotten fluffier and rounder? Oh! And you wonder why I like time skip Sanji so much. I understand there are antics, I get it, but he has clearly become rounder and fluffier. It's so obvious. It's so obvious, it's so cute. Like, I love this art style that Oda's got right now. This is some of my favorite Sanjis. But I still haven't shown my favorite Sanji fit. This is my wallpaper, this one. I don't care much for the fit that Sanji's wearing, but this is one of my favorite color spreads ever. See how he smiles? He's a happy guy! Can they stop making him fucking glare and smirk in his figurines? I've just had it. Not my Sanji. This one. If I've ever seen mum energy before. If Sanji isn't a MILF, why does Oda keep drawing him with unbearable mother energy? Like angry Italian mother energy. Yanarina, the girls are out shopping. Actually, you want the girls? That reminds me of another one of my favorite ones. Here they are. This is such a good color spread. Oh, God. It's so cute. And, you know, lesbian. Very good. Alright. My favorite Sanji fit. I just found the art. I lost it. I scrolled up. There, this one. I'm sorry, this is the best one ever. I wonder why MelonTeee, scary pink lady, likes this fit so much. Let's think about it. I want a figure of this fit so fucking bad. So bad. So bad. Oh, so bad. I'm pretty sure I have this on my house keys. Hang on. I think it's on my house keys. Give me a sec. Never mind. I forgot that I put it on my Sanji bag. Here. I saw this in the Mugiwara store, and I grabbed it immediately. I yanked it like I was a little criminal. Like a little rat desperate for crumbs. Because it's my favorite Sanji fit of all time. Of course it's an Ito bag. What, you don't fuck with it? You don't like it? You don't like my Ito Sanji bag? And are you ready? Are you ready? If you thought that was it, pow. Sanji water bottle with some stickers that my my artist made that made my YouTube icon. She sent me some stickers as well, and I went, yeah, I'll put them on the fucking Sanji bottle. He's hydrating, it's true. Usually I have my Sanji necklace on as well, my little pendant. It's really funny because I think I've told the story. I went to a party and I always bring this bag with me usually, right? And there were One Piece fans at the party and they were laughing like as in like they could not believe my Sanji bag, and I was showing them everything on the bag. And I was like this, and then I went wait, and then I pulled it out and I went a Sanji water bottle. And then I said, also, pow, and I had my Sanji necklace on, and they were like, this is insane. They were laughing good-naturedly, though, of course. But it did crack them up, and I understand why. This is not normal. It is not normal people behavior. It's beautiful. Alright, hang on, let me put this back. Oh, and then of course my Sanji tattoo that's on my thigh, and I was wearing a skirt at the time so I could show it to them. But I am planning to get another Sanji tattoo, and it's going to be the panel of him saying, I want to go back to the sunny, because it's like my favorite. Because I'd get this, but it wouldn't translate well into a tattoo. Because I was considering which one I wanted to get. Did I want to get this one? Or did I want to get this one? I just feel like this would be a better tattoo. And I was planning to get it without the text. So the artist, my tattoo artist, would just draw over the text boxes, right? Because I do really like this one, but I think, because this is also one of my favorites. Right, Yanarina, you think? Which one do we think? Because I'm honestly still debating which one. You think this one? My only issue with this is the amount of negative space. Why not both? Because I want to save space on my body for other characters and things that I like. The plan for this one, I was gonna put it on my other thigh, because I've got a huge Candy-chan Sanji tattoo on one thigh, so I was gonna put this Sanji on the other thigh, because I'll be honest with you guys, I'm not exactly free real estate when it comes to the space on my body. Because I'm saving, because I've got Nami on this one, I'm saving this shoulder for Vivi, but I'm waiting for another Vivi panel or Vivi art that I really, really like that I want to put on this one, right? I've only got 2 tattoos. I can't show the other tattoo because otherwise the other tattoo I have, hang on, I'm peeking, is here. But obviously I can't, like, I can try, hang on. Can you see it? It's Candy-chan. So I had, this is very salacious. I had an artist, if you can see that, it's huge. So that's Sanji there. It's Sanji in drag because I love Candy-chan. And I need to make people under... But I also want that Sanji panel that I showed you. And then this one's Nami. Because this is like... The pin-up Nami art that he did was just beautiful. I had to have a... So this Sanji panel, I was planning to put... Maybe it could go on my calf? If my calf is big enough? I think it is. Because what it could be is it could just be this. It doesn't have to be the panel itself, does it? It could just be him. If I would... Where would I put him? Because I'm saving my forearms. I'm saving... This is gonna have Ambipom. Ambipom's gonna go here. It's my favorite Pokemon. I don't know. I have to talk with my tattoo artist a bit, but I also have to save money. I have to save money. I currently do not have the money to get a tattoo. Hamburger, thank you. Right, Raf? Because I love Vivi, but I know Vivi's going to come back into the story and be hyper relevant again. It's going to happen. So I'm waiting for a Vivi panel or a Vivi art that I just adore. That I will instantly know that I want that on my body. Right, he does look really good. That's the issue. I do think this one is quite busy. And I was thinking, because what I was thinking was the whole panel. But if I were to get this one, I probably wouldn't get the whole panel. I'd probably just get that. With a little bit of raindrops around him. Well, this would age fucking phenomenally though. I want to go back to the sunny. But I do think this would be good. Because I just don't want text. I don't want text on my body. I'm not a fan of text. Perhaps you guys are right. Perhaps I will get this one as the tattoo. I'm glad we talked about this. I'll save money. Because again, I don't have the money for a tattoo right now. I fucking wish I did. But the next tattoo is going to be Ambipom. I'm fucking itching for an Ambipom tattoo. And it's going to go here and it's going to be a little... It's going to be Ambipom, shiny Ambipom making a little heart with his tails. I love that little fucking fella. But it's my leg and he's looking drenched. I just don't know. Like, it's either going to be the... because the arms... Listen, ladies. My arms are reserved for the ladies. Okay? They're reserved for the ladies. As much of a lady as Sanji is to me, he goes down there because it makes more sense. Because legs, right? That's how my mind is working. Anyway, I have to work. Oh my god. I've just been fucking yapping. It's already been nearly an hour. Yes, an Ambipom tattoo. My favorite little Pokemon. Because every time I say Ambipom is my favorite Pokemon, people go, what? Ugly. And I'm like, kill yourself. Ambipom is my fucking goat. I love that little monkey. I do like Apom, but Ambipom, I just love Ambipom. I like that it can make a little heart with its tail. It's the cutest thing to me. I have to edit. I've had enough. Hello, Subaki. I can feel that there's like a hair in the corner of my eye and I'm trying to get rid of it. I knew it! It was a hair that had fallen out. Bye-bye. Oh, that's coinky dink. I already got this. No, I told you, I'm watching Witch Hat Atelier when more episodes come out. Because I want to binge watch it with my friend. We've both agreed to do that. Oh, why were there two Zoras for a second? It's currently 4 AM. I woke up at midnight. I originally woke up at about 2 PM and then I fell back asleep and then I woke up and it was midnight and I went, ah, fuck. So I will be staying up. Because I have shopping to do. Not tomorrow, but the day after. Preferred time to stream? Probably around this time, honestly. It's when most people are awake. Because, I don't know if you know this, Australia's in the arse crack of the earth. So, as an English speaker, I don't get too much viewership around my normal hours. Oh my gosh, happy birthday. Forgot I can't say the word cunt on YouTube. Cunt. Can't say cunt. Computer and hearts. There we go. Where is Mel reading a book? There she is. Man. Oh! Sorry, I just saw Loki trying to fucking commit suicide as he's like, what, 5 years old again? It's so fucked up. I can't wait to find out why Loki has those eyes. Because they would, of course, mean something. Unless they're just like, no, he just has those eyes, but... I wonder if they are going to mean something. Take this one. 11:54. Like, is he gonna take his little eye mask off and is Imri gonna go, fuck! I gotta get out of here or something? Or is Imri gonna go, I know those eyes. That's dangerous. If it were, I mean, I'm sure it's ancient giant blood, but him specifically having them. Because we haven't seen other ancient giants or other ancient giants with ancient giant blood that has those eyes. No, I didn't gouge his eyes out. It's pretty clear to me that he just covers them. Because when he is a child and he jumps off the tree and he's crying, he's got his bandages off and his eyes are there. I don't think he gouged them out. I think he just hides the things. $11.54. Well, they're just his greatest shame, aren't they? Because he was thrown out because of them. I love that. Let's see what scraps can feed you. The lucky horse is dead. Oh no. Oh, you guys can't see that. Oh no, the regent is dead down in the underworld and he's smiling. Good! Fuck that guy. I agree. Oops. Can I just say, by the way, Gojo is such an example of he would be nothing if he were not animated. Because he is not attractive in the manga. Like, he's not. I'm sorry. He gets drawn like a fucking frog in the manga. And no one gave a shit about him until the anime. No one. I'm sorry. The reason I know that Jujutsu Kaisen's relevance was solely on the animation of the anime is because of that. Like, no one really talked about it or cared about it, especially not Gojo, until the anime. And this isn't me trying to be mean, it's genuinely just what happened. Because of Witch Hat Atelier, people were talking about that before the anime was out. The anime was a big thing because people were fucking crazy excited due to liking the manga. We liked Kifri before he was animated. But with Gojo, he was just not really relevant at all. Until the anime came out. And it's like, wow, they fucking Bishied-fied him. They bimbo-fied him in the anime. And then he got a bunch of fans. Reagan was made to be more hot in the anime, and that was like the joke in Mob Psycho. That was like the funniest part. Like that was a knowing joke of like he looks like a fucking sweaty cow in the manga, and in the anime, oh wow, he's beautiful. That was like part of the joke. Yes, I know it's about Gojo, but you tell people Gojo was not attractive in the manga, they get like really defensive. It's like, he's not. Like, he looks like a frog. They knew what they were doing. Animation studios and manga studios found out. It doesn't matter how shit the story is. If you make the animation look good, people are gonna like it. And I was always suspicious of Jujutsu Kaisen because of that. Because I was like, I've never ever heard of this in my life. Suddenly everyone's into it, everyone's watching it because of the anime, and I was like, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign for a good story. Demon Slayer, it's true. Demon Slayer, listen, I don't hate Demon Slayer, but it was not the Marvel that everyone was saying it was. I was like, this is a very, very basic story, like incredibly basic story. Yeah, Demon Slayer was probably one of the first things that figured that out. First anime that figured that out. Make the animation really pop and people will not care what the story... Like, they don't! They don't care what the story is a lot of the time. They just care about, whoa! Look at these aura and hype moments animated so well. Well, some of the best stories have the shittiest animation. BoJack Horseman. The weakest point of BoJack Horseman is its animation. And a lot of people don't want to watch it because they don't like the animation, which is, like, fine. People, like, are okay to have that style over substance, I suppose, idea. But, the animation for BoJack Horseman is shit, and yet it's one of the best shows ever. Ever. Some of the best writing I've ever seen. And I will stand by that to the day I die. Hello. Right? The One Piece anime, while having good parts, genuinely has dragged a lot of the manga down. And I'm not saying this to be mean, I'm saying the majority of complaints you get from One Piece is not the manga. It's the fucking anime. Like, oh, the drag and the pacing. That's not in the fucking manga. That's the anime. Oh god, the style. The style in the anime is so overly done that it sometimes looks grotesque. I understand that sometimes Oda can draw ridiculous sometimes. He does. But it never looks to that extent in the manga. Right? It never... Like, the women in the manga can sometimes look a bit ridiculous. They never look like what Toei do to them. Ever. It just drives me nuts. And it's like so much of the fucking complaints that One Piece get is not from the manga. It's from the damn anime. And it drives me nuts. Oh, hi, Holly! I also forgot you changed your name. But anyway, my general rule of thumb is if some anime suddenly gets very big, like overnight, I've never heard of it before. I've never seen it online before. I've never heard of its fandom even before when it was in manga form. And suddenly for the anime, it just gets huge. My general rule is it's probably not written very well. Because otherwise it would have that previous fan base that would have been very loyal to it beforehand. Jujutsu Kaisen did not have that. I'm sure they were there. It was not very loud and it was not a lot. Like, it was... Fucking no one was talking about Gojo, man. I had never seen a manga image of Gojo before the anime came out. Like, ever. And I'm on that side of the internet to see that shit. So it was like, huh? What's going on? Right? Chainsaw Man I really want to read. Don't tell me anything about the ending. I've heard mixed reviews. I don't know what happens. But I really want to read Chainsaw Man because it actually had people in the manga before the anime came out. And like, that's a good sign to me. I'm sure Chainsaw Man has problems, don't get me wrong. Every story does, but it at least has a dedicated following that liked the story before the animation. Hello, Boitha. Princess Tutu I've heard of, yeah. By the way, I'm not saying if you like Jujutsu Kaisen, you suck, but I am saying it's pretty fucking irrefutable that Jujutsu Kaisen is quite lacking. Like, it's not the marvel that everyone was saying it was. I'm sorry. The whole, oh, the women in Jujutsu Kaisen are so good, and then it's like their actual character writing is very lacking. It's just physically they're quite strong, and it's like it's always the same trap. It's always the same trap. I do not care for a shell of a character that is just physically strong. I just don't. The women and men are both equally lacking. Yeah, I can agree with that. Well, look, I always know there's an issue with a story as well. When the main character isn't even the thing that everyone really wants to talk about. That's what really stood out to me. I don't even remember... Oh, Thukuna! Only because of the meme. I didn't even know who the main character was through Symbiosis for the longest time. That's bad. That's bad. No one was talking about him. Fucking everyone was talking about Gojo. Sorry, Osmosis, not Symbiosis. Yeah, fuck Symbiosis. I'm a parasite. Through Osmosis. Fucking no one talked about him. Even the manga itself, the arts itself would not focus on him. It would focus on Gojo and his like gay boyfriend. And it's like, side characters can be interesting, don't get me wrong. But if your story has a main character and your main character isn't one of like the pinnacles of what people are talking about, there's something wrong here. There's something very wrong here. I know, Anna, but I am a parasite. Parasitic. The symbiosis is Nami and Sanji's dynamic. But again, it's a general rule of thumb. It's like, this is your main character. This is who the story is revolving around. If people don't want to talk about him or aren't interested enough to talk about him, something is wrong, right? That's why whenever I see Luffy as #1 in votes, whenever I see people talking about Luffy, loving Luffy, I'm like, all is right with the world. That makes sense. Of course Luffy should be the #1 in One Piece. Of course he should be. He is the Pirate King, right? He is the MC of MCs. If he is not the character that everyone like is revolving around, there is a problem. Say what you want about Naruto. Say what you want about Bleach. I at least know Naruto is interesting as an MC. I at least know Ichigo, Kurosaki, you know what I mean? Like, I know them. That's a good sign. Even though the stories themselves may not be fantastic, at least people like the main character to the point that they're very interested in them. If you are not interested in your main character, why are they your main character? It's a big problem, because it's not about, oh, I like this side character. It's, you like this side character to such an extent that it overshadows the main character. That is a problem. Because then why is that the main character? We are focusing on them. And the reason that's a problem is because now scenes with the main character will be boring. You will not be interested in scenes with the main character, right? I don't know if Ichigo is interesting, but I know him. People talk about him, right? If your main character is not interesting, then you do have a problem. Because otherwise scenes of the main character are going to be boring. People will not be engaged. I understand not all writing has to follow the rule, but that is a problem. If your main character is not engaging, either for the audience to be attached to or for the audience to be curious about, then you're going to struggle reading scenes with your main character, and they're the main character. Because, for example, Lord of the Rings. I like Legolas the most in Lord of the Rings. Does that mean Frodo, Mr. Frodo, is uninteresting? Fuck no. Most people will not say Frodo is their favorite character in Lord of the Rings, but are we engaged in Frodo's scenes in Lord of the Rings? Yes, I am still interested in Frodo. I'm still interested in seeing his journey. He's not a character that bores me when he's on screen. And Hero Academia is strange because a lot of people like Deku, and that's fine. I just thought Deku was phenomenally fucking boring. I was not engaged with Deku. Sorry, I've got hair on my nose. I can tell it's cat hair. Deku's birthday is on Luffy's birthday. Get that bum out of here! No way! Is Deku's birthday the same as Luffy's? Why would he do that to him? Why would you make your main character's birthday the same as the protagonist from the biggest fucking manga in the world? You're setting him up to fucking fail! Why would you do that? I don't care if you know each other. That's a blunder. That's a blunder. Because more people are going to be talking about Luffy. That's fucked up. That is so fucked up. That's stupid. From a marketing perspective, that's dumb. Hang on, when is Deku's birthday? Is Mama just lying to me? Today is Luffy's birthday. Mama, did you just lie to me? Because I would... Okay, good. That was misinformation. Girl, I was about to go crazy. But also, Anna... I can forgive Hunter x Hunter because Hunter x Hunter came around the same time as One Piece. So I can't blame him for that. No, it would have been insane. I'm sorry. If you're making your birthday the same as Luffy's, or sorry, your character's birthday the same as Luffy's, you're stupid. You are stupid. Don't compete with the king. Just don't do it. You got me, Mummy. You got me good. It's a classic date, but hey, it's also now Luffy's. Right? I understand that, Tsubaki, but at this point, if you're making it Children's Day and Luffy's birthday, I'm sorry, you fucked up. It should not be... You should not be putting your character's birthday on a combination of Luffy's birthday and Children's Day. You are fucking setting yourself up to fail. You should want your main character to have their own day and not compete. It's also Karl Marx's birthday, by the way. Just letting everyone know that. It is genuinely Karl Marx's birthday. You're competing with too many things. Way too many things. You're competing with Children's Day, you're competing with Karl Marx, and you're competing with Luffy. Do not fucking make your character's birthday May 5th. Don't do it. It is about competition. It is. I disagree with you completely because it's about people wanting to celebrate that day. It's a big thing. It's a big thing. If I have to pick between dedicating the day to Luffy or dedicating the day to another anime character, I'm gonna pick Luffy. No, for everyone. Because imagine you've got merchandise set up, right? Because that's what they do. For Luffy's birthday, they set it up. Imagine your character's merchandise is competing with Luffy. You're gonna fucking lose. It is in fact a competition and you are going to lose. Mori from Odan also has the same BD as Luffy. And are we talking about him? We're not. Sorry, I'm celebrating Luffy over Mori. Sorry, Mori. You got a shit end of the deal. When's Hank Hill's birthday? 15th? Fuck, I missed it. Damn it, I wanted to celebrate Hank Hill. April 15th? Oh my god, Subaki, you and Hank Hill are very similar. You and Hank Hill would both say it's not a competition and be wrong. Yeah. I love Hank Hill. I desire him. I don't share my birthday with fucking anyone significant. My birthday's March 30th. I'm in the same month as Sanji, Shanks, Mihawk, Frankie, and Sabo. And Jinbei as well? Jinbei's March, is he? Was Jinbei March? April, fuck. Sanji, Mihawk, Shanks, Frankie, Sabo. So I share a birth month with a lot of characters, even my favorite character, but not the day. Yeah, I share a birthday with fucking no one. March 30th. Mamboshi's no one to me. I don't care about Mamboshi. I don't give a fuck about Mamboshi. But it cracks me up that Sanji's a Pisces. Oda didn't choose that, by the way. Oda didn't actively make him a Pisces. It just happened to work because of a pun on his name. And Zoro's a Scorpio, and that's also just a pun because Pocky Day, like 1111. It was all chosen. Yeah! Don't forget about us now that you're Twitter famous. I probably will. But Zoro just happened to be a Scorpio. Sanji just happened to be a Pisces, and it worked out perfectly. And it cracks me up. And I know, you've told me like 5 times. This is not new information to me. I share a birthday with Eren Yeager. I don't want to share a birthday with him! I don't want to share a birthday with that fucking freak. I think Pisces and Scorpio are compatible. I've looked this up before. Oh, with Van Gogh. That's my redemption. But I'll never forget being at like a Van Gogh exhibit and my dad and I reading up on Van Gogh, and it said his birthday was March 30th, and my dad turned to me and said, uh-oh. The bastard. Uh-oh. I'm already going full pink. I may be concerning my dad. He might be watching me spiral into insanity. put some pink on it. Nah, I wouldn't paint myself pink. It's enough that I've got the pink hair and the pink clothes. By the way, Van Gogh was like, I say this not as like Fujo brain, but just from one gay person analyzing. Van Gogh was gay and in love with his roommate and his best friend. The reason he painted so many sunflowers is because his fucking boy best friend loved them. And they shared a house and they shared chairs and everything. And every time his boy best friend came back from like whatever like winter school he went to, he'd decorate the house in sunflowers for him. Respectfully, he loved him. Like, he definitely loved him. It wasn't even just me. My dad was also, because we were reading it together, the exhibit, and he turned to me and said like, was he gay? And I said, well, his ear wasn't about love. That was a lie. He wasn't giving his ear to a prostitute because he loved her. It was because he was fucking sick. Like, he was actually mentally ill. That's my biggest fucking pet peeve. This exhibit talked about it. It said the biggest bit of misinformation is Van Gogh gave his ear to the woman that was a prostitute because he was in love with her. That wasn't true. There's literally nothing that says that. It's genuinely because he was going through psychosis. Because he was very fucking lonely. And she was just simply like nice to him. Had nothing to do with love. He was genuinely going through it. Do you know how mad that makes me? That they turned that information into oh, because he loved her when he was genuinely just sick. Like that's so fucked up. I don't know, it's just the erasure of like the amount of love he felt for his boy bestie that he really did. And then he went through psychosis to the point that, because his boy bestie at the time, I forgot what happened to him, but they ended up parting and he went crazy. Like, he started going crazy. It was they called her a prostitute, didn't they? I swear that it was read that she was a prostitute. At least, is that what the exhibit said? Either way, they say that Van Gogh gave the ear to the person he loved, but the exhibit was saying that's just not factual. There's nothing that says that. Like, he didn't do that because he loved her. It's because he was going through fucking psychosis. Also, the amount Van Gogh's brother and wife loved him was beautiful. It like made me tear up, genuinely. The whole world was basically like, this is just a freak. Van Gogh's brother and Van Gogh's brother's wife loved him so much. They were the only ones helping him, and they were desperate to help him. And they were always inspiring him and wanting him to paint. Like, they were giving him the motivation to paint. What's the word I'm looking for? They were oh my god, my mind's blanking. Giving him the support. They were supporting him to paint. Like, they were the reason that he kept painting, because they wanted to make sure that he could. Like, even when they were looking after him in like hospitals and stuff, they were still giving him the tools to paint. They just loved him. It like made me tear up, and when I was reading it, they were so devastated by his death, and I was like, oh fuck. It made me emotional as hell. Yeah, Van Gogh's brother genuinely died of a broken heart. It was tragic. The exhibit was very moving. It was incredibly moving. I was tearing up a lot throughout it. It's such a heartbreaking story. But of course, like, some of my favorite... Oh, I went to the art museum in New York. and I got to see some of my favorite paintings from Van Gogh, because he's definitely my favorite artist, which are his self-portraits. I love his self-portraits because of what they say of him. MoMA. Yeah. I love his self-portraits because of what they say of his like mental state at the time and how he saw himself. And the declining of like the color and the declining of color from his skin and color from his eyes and how miserable he begins to look. It's just, it's shattering, right? It's really shattering. My favorite art from Van Gogh is the cafe at night. I just adore it because he had the same mindset I have, where people would say that there is no color at night, like there's nothing to paint at night at the time because it's nighttime, obviously, so you can't see the color in it. He totally disagreed with that, and he'd paint specifically paintings at night like this to show that he thought the night was very colorful. Because I'm the same as him. I love the lights during the night. I love nighttime because I love the quietness of it, but also how lively it can get and how warm it can become if you have people surrounding you and if you have the lights on everywhere and the stars and everything, right? It's just gorgeous. So this painting really moved me because I felt the same as him about nighttime. I always thought nighttime was just one of the best times you could have. At least the best times of the day, haha. That people bring light. I didn't try the VR experience, no, but they had like a huge projector hall that like talked about his story. Made me emotional. So that painting and his self-portraits, I just love them. I really do. And of course his sunflowers. Poor guy. The poor fucking guy. But I didn't know we had the same birthday until the exhibit. Until my dad went, uh-oh. Yeah, I really wish night would be less dangerous for a lot of us. But there's no better mood to me than going out to like dinner at night and being with friends and having all the lights in the city. It's why I like big cities so much. I love big cities because I love the nightlife in big cities for that reason. You don't have a nightlife in small cities. It just doesn't exist. And it's dangerous as well. I am not losing my ear. You. I grew up in a smaller city in Australia. And look, I struggle to say hated it, but I didn't like it. And one of the reasons I didn't like it was because it had no nightlife. Because everything would close by 6. And the only thing you could do after that was get dinner and quickly rush home before you were in danger. Because it was a small town. And you don't stay out at night in a small town for very obvious reasons. And I hated it. I just hated it. That's why the second I graduated, I moved to a big city. Because I didn't want to live in a small town anymore. Mama, that would make me go crazy. Small towns make me go stir crazy. They really do. I feel insane in them. Every time I had to go back and visit the town that I wasn't even born there, but I grew up there. The town that I grew up in, I would just go insane. I couldn't be there for longer than a week because there's nothing to do and I can't go out at night. And it's like, oh. The only thing you do in a small town is go to gatherings with your friends at their houses and drink. And that sounds nice and everything, but I want to do more than that. Another one, thank you. But Anna, I don't disagree with you, but you have community in big cities too. You've got plenty of community in big cities. I have found my community in the big city that I'm in. You just have to find your space, of course. I don't care if you're joking, I'm taking it seriously. Big cities, I love the community of big cities. But also, being gay in a small city just sucks. It just sucks. I would not recommend it. I know that many gays struggle with being in small towns. Oh my god, don't get me started, Brig. Oh fuck. Small towns are also unbearable because you see someone you know every fucking time you go out. And that might sound nice, but it's people that you don't want to interact with. Like, you go back to your small town and you fucking run into every single person that was in your high school ever. And if your high school experience was not a good one, that's not something you fucking want. I don't like running into people from high school. I already did not fit in high school because I was gay. Like, in a small town. Gay in a small town in high school is not a good experience. It just sucks. It sucks dog. It sucks doggy doo-doo. And it's just running, like, you can feel the falseness. Like, you can feel, like, the fake smiles, and you can feel them scoping out, like, are you, like, successful now? Like, you can feel it. And it's like, I feel like I'm going fucking crazy. I feel like I'm going crazy. Like, we don't have to talk to each other. We don't have to talk to each other. We can just move on. Like, I just hate it. I don't like running into people from my high school because the people that I will interact with from high school are my friends that I still have as friends, right? Aside from that, like, it feels insane having to interact with people from high school. I feel like it feels like I'm stuck in high school again. My high school experience was literally, I just want to graduate and leave as soon as possible. I don't want to be in this town anymore. Everyone knows you. It's just, oh my god. And everyone is so judgy. Small towns are the judgiest fucking groups of people you are ever going to meet in your life. Ever. Like, if I went back to the town that I grew up in, I don't have to anymore because my parents retired and went back to where, like, we were all, where they were born, where I was born. So we weren't born in this small town. We moved there. If I went back to that town looking like this, with this hair and the fashion that I wear and this tattoo, do you understand how much I'd be judged? The intense amount that I'd be judged, right? With not having a boyfriend, not being married, not wanting kids. Like, it's insane. It is insane. You just feel it as you're walking around. You feel it, right? You just feel it as you're walking around. They're just incredibly judgy. Like, my mum would have other mums who she didn't know of talking to her because they knew one of my friends' mothers, and that mother talked about me and then would talk about her because the mother would know me through my friend's mother, and my friend's mother would talk about this being my job, right? And I can tell you fucking what, they are incredibly judgmental of your job being streaming and YouTube for obvious reasons, right? But they're incredibly judgmental of it, so then they talk to my mother like, you let her do that? I am a fucking full-grown adult. A full-grown adult. So my mum would have a mother that she didn't know about talking to her, and the only reason this mother knew of my mother is because my best friend's mum was friends with that mum, and my best friend's mum would talk to the mother that my mum didn't know about me, and now suddenly she knows everything about me. And the mum that my mum doesn't know knows who my mum is because she's seen photos and shit. And then, of course, I get my mum's getting, like, talked to about me by other judgmental mothers that she's never fucking met before. And my mum would tell me, like, this just happened to me. And I'm like, yeah, you're in a small town. It's just, they're so judgmental. Like, because it's like the whole community of small towns. Okay, there's a community in small towns, but they are so fucking judgmental. If you don't fit in, they are so judgmental. I can't stand it. I'm not fuck, fine, hang on. Hang on, I'm setting it up. Okay. Wait. I'm having ideas. Oh, you can't... That looks really bad. Hang on. All right, there we go. So this is Mama MelonTeee. My mom has curly hair like a beautiful Italian lady. This is my best friend. This is me. This is my mom's. This is my best friend's mom. And this is the unknown mother. So, my mom does not know her. But my best friend's mum does know her. My best friend knows me, and because my best friend knows me, my mum knows my best friend's mum. So the mother that my mum does not know is being talked to about me through my best friend's mum, because my best friend's mum knows me because I'm best friends. So my best friend's mum shows this lady here, right, her, stuff about me. Then in public, this unknown mother sees my mum And she sees my mum because she knows her through my best friend's mum. So now this random lady who I've never met, who my mum has never met, is going up to her in public to just talk to her about me. And she's being incredibly fucking judgmental about it. Unknown mother is incredibly judgy and disapproves of my choices. And she's making a point to tell my mum, who my mum has never fucking met that. That's what's going on. Do we understand? Never make a chart again. And of course, my mum tells me, like, can you believe that? And I'm like, unfortunately, I can. That's crazy. That's small town shenanigans. Small towns are great until you don't fit in. If you don't fit into a small town, you're fucked. That's why being gay in a small town just sucks. That's why looking alternative in a small town just sucks. I was born with pink hair, yeah. There was an orange child, but she was not part of the equation. Why does your best friend's mum talk about you? Because there's fucking nothing else to talk about. They would just go, did you hear what this mother's kid's doing? Like, that's just casual small town gossip. They just gossip and gossip and gossip. In South Italy, there's a whole generation of women who are so absorbed by the patriarchal culture that they literally just cook, clean, and gossip, so I know what that's like. Yeah, Italy has a ways to go. My mother's Italian, and all her sisters, obviously, her family, all Italian, right? And if one of the sisters knows something, they all know something. Like, the second one of them knows, the rest of them know. But it's so interesting because Italian families are genuinely matriarchs, and yet they still function under like patriarchal rules, but they are the ones that are keeping everything and everyone together. The wives and the sisters are the ones that are fucking doing everything. Like, I know this for a fact. And yet they still go, oh, you need a good man to like look after you. It's like, girl, What are you talking about? You are the one running the show. I see it with my own eyes. Italian women, they are the ones that run fucking everything. I've seen it. Like my mother and her sisters. My mom does not subscribe to the patriarch stuff. She doesn't. She's very forward thinking and she's got 1 or 2 sisters who are the same. The other sisters, not as much. However, they are the matriarchs of the family. They run the fucking show. They are the ones in charge of everything. Everything. And it's just crazy to watch them talk about you need a good man to look after you. And it's like, you have divorced your fucking husband how many times? You are the one that's in charge of everything. Everything. And you're still saying you need a man to look after you. Oh my god! It actually is insane to me. It's insane to me. My mom has 6 sisters and 2 brothers. I believe it is what it is. I've got a big family. It's a big Italian family. My mom's the youngest, by the way. She's the baby. Some of them know I'm gay. Some of them do not. And I know this because every year when I go back there for Christmas, they try to set me up. They try to set me up with a guy. And they try and make me talk to some guy. And I go, uh-huh. Obviously never works. I don't live in the same city as them. And I'm kind of, like, I love them, but I'm kind of grateful for that. I'm not marrying Sanji. If I were, it'd be a lavender marriage. Well, Mama, we live in different states. We're states over. So sometimes I visit them and sometimes they visit me. They visited me in January because I wanted to see the new place. That's true, Fernando. That is correct. It does depend on the later generations. I was like, oh god, what if they see this stream? They literally don't know how to use technology. So I think I'm safe. Unless a cousin picks it up, but I don't know. The only cousins that I really talk to and know me are my fellow gay cousins. Or my cool cousins. No. My grandma one time told me that her cousins were jealous of her because she had beautiful children while their children were ugly. Oh my god. Hello, do you even like your kids? Wow. Fun fact about me and my family, dementia runs in the family. So if I start losing it and I start talking about Sanji like I know him personally, you'll know why that is. I'll be in the nursing home talking about Zosan Yaoi like it's new. But I'm also excited because I'll be reading the new, like the One Piece chapters. Ones I've read before and be like, whoa, whoa, my god, whoa. Like every day will be like a new reading to me, you know, and I'll be gagged. So there's some things to be excited for. It's already happening. But I do wonder because they've actually made incredible discoveries on dementia, like medication. And it's incredible to me because of course I keep up with that because I'm very wary of it might happen to my parents one day. And it's incredible the technology and the medicines that we've got, and they're starting to like discover a lot about what they can do to prevent it and to fix it. Like, wow, science is amazing. What chapter does Ida get killed? It's after God Valley, isn't it? Do we remember the chapter that she adopts Loki? Where she like talks to Loki and says, "You're my son too." Because she does do that, doesn't she? She did. Mama, music and smell are the two most incredible memory stimulants. And music, like how powerful is music, right? To be able to immediately make someone recall a time or a place. But same with smell as well. Like the way something smells, you're going to remember that thing or that person. It's just incredible. The brain works in mysterious ways. I just saw Garp. Gross! I'm gonna be in the dimension ward. I don't care, you me wa. Ani hatsume. Yokarimano shi yukunasa. One Piece, and then I'll be like, damn, what song is that? I don't remember what song that is, damn. And I'll recall all the good times. Oh, Boku wa doctor. Nurse, she's out again. She says Loki is her son in 1167. Thank you. Oh! Alright. This is the chapter with the shockingly carnally drawn Harold. Snoll, I saw it the first time and I chose to ignore it. This is like, Oda drew this huffing and panting and sweating. There is something insanely carnal about this. Like, why does he look so good? Oh, it's like that one art of of Cricket's body. And I was like, he drew this with such a carnal desire. What is going on? I think he really huffs for a chiseled man figure. I really think he does. Hang on, I got the panel somewhere and I was like, why did he draw it like this? This one. So this is Cricket. the definition going on here. Full on bumping up on those tits, like. He put a lot of work into that one. Damn. It's the biceps and the tits that are really fucking getting me. Oh my god, look at Chopper. That's a really good Chopper. And I like how Zoro's being Mike Wazowski'd. Choppington. Wow. Shamrock really is the more beautiful Shanks, isn't he? Thank fucking God Oda was like, I need a way for people to tell between them. Long hair. Yeah, that's exactly what you had to do. And I hated everything down there. That's what happens when you lose your clown. God, this still... This is what I mean. I love the character interactions in One Piece because they tell you so much. Because Shanks is clearly not the same person now that he used to be. And Shamrock. And Shamrock clearly actually cared for Shanks. It's pretty evident. Especially regards to how they're dressed. Here Shanks is the uptight one and Shamrock is the more loose one. Now it's totally different. Now Shamrock is uptight as fuck. Shamrock has the most clenched fucking ass ever now. And Shanks is just kind of a loose bum. But here, as he's saying, there's still time to do this once your wound is healed, Shanks. You don't know how it feels. Oh, sorry, all of this. Just that. So Shanks is going, blah, 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 he's fucking yapping. And Shamrock's going, just rest, just rest. Like he clearly cared about him. And now he's got such an animosity towards him. And I really do think it's a jealousy that he has towards Shanks. And an upset that Shanks abandoned him. Like, meant nothing to him at all, basically. Shamrock meant nothing to him. I really do think Shamrock harbors such an anger towards Shanks. Because he thought he'd found a brother, basically. That he could care about and would care about him. But of course Shanks never saw it like that. Shanks clearly hated him and hated everything about this. He hates his lineage. Because his family is the Roger Pirates, not these fucking bums. Not Shamrock. It's just such a good tiny interaction, right? A sham, haha. It shocked me when I saw that. Because I thought Shamrock would not give a fuck about Shanks. But turns out he clearly liked him to some extent. Clearly cared about him as a brother. So it's just sad. There it is. Yeah, 1167. Ida says Loki's my son. Yeah, I already said that there's a clear focus on brothers in Elbaf. And I'm honestly shocked that Ace hasn't been brought up at this point. But he was brought up in a lot in 1.0, so maybe that's why. Well, he was brought up. He was brought up with Shanks, but not in regards to Luffy. Oh yeah, same with Sabo. Also, Imu can take you over, but it's clear that Shamrock's anger for Shanks is not because of Imu. As in, we see that Shamrock's mentions Shanks and says, my stupid fucking dumb brother. Like, that's not Imu, that's Shamrock. Shamrock is harboring a resentment towards Shanks. Estranged brothers? That's true. That's true. Okay, I can agree to that. I can fuck with that. I can jive with that. Oh, lol. I still had this open. I mean, I'm pretty sure Imu's covenant shit only changes your personality if he's, like, overtaking you. As we saw with Harold and as we see with Gunko. Right? So he's clearly mind controlling Gunko, and he was trying to mind control Harold. Same with Rox when he mind controlled him. But aside from that, that's pretty clearly themselves. Like, I think Somers is just like that, Killing Him is just like that, Shamrock is just like that. I don't think that's Imu specifically. Now, some people told me they think this is a vein, not a tear. But I totally disagree. Because I'm pretty sure it's trailing down the side of his mouth. That's a tear. He's crying. He's crying and saying, Ida's the only mother I have. I think it would be silly if that were a vein. We know he's angry. You people make me sick! I think the most redemption the Celestial Dragons are going to have is you have to live with this. I don't think there will be acceptance among them. For example, we saw what they tried to do with Doflamingo's fucking dad, right? That didn't work. I don't think there's going to be redemption for them. I think there's going to be a, we're not killing you, but you have to live with this. You have to live with an understanding of what you've done. I think that's the most that they're going to get. Well, I was gonna say, the only celestial dragons that have had redemption are the ones that were basically like, oh, we're people too. But they get hunted down and targeted because that's not how the system works, right? They are not going to allow this from the inside. It's not happening. But even the celestials that are seen as better are not accepted, are they? So I don't think they're exactly going to get redemption, and I don't think they're going to fit anywhere. I think they are going to be left alive, and it's going to be an understanding of you did this and this is what you've done. The guy who helped save Shirahoshi, killed. Crucified. Because they couldn't allow it. By his own as well. And again, makes sense. It's also interesting, the only celestial dragons we've seen have a heart has been from the fucking Don Quixotes. What the fuck happened to Doflamingo? What the fuck happened to Doflamingo, man? Just an abysmal evil child. True. The other Don Quixote was originally fucked. Until he gained perspective because he could do nothing but rely on the fishmen. Perspective. Well, Ida, because I'm talking about her. Corazon wasn't running around going, "Where are the slaves, Papa? Let's go buy some." Hey, remember when they told Garp that Rayleigh was at a slave auction? And Garp was like, haha. Auction? Remember when we saw that Garp was actively told he is knowing of the slave auctions existing? I'm sorry, this is like, what can he do? Maybe try to stop the slave auctions. Rayleigh did a fucking so much more than Garp at that slave auction than Garp has ever fucking done. I just couldn't believe it. No, it's not about Garp going, oh god, Rayleigh's a slave. It's the fact that he is full well fucking knows that these are going ons. This is what I mean when I say he is complicit to the system. He knows of everything that's happening and he turns a blind eye because, well, what else am I meant to do? He's spineless, and I stand by it that he's spineless. Luffy saw these slave auctions and instantly fucking was like, nah, not happening. Dragon saw a mass of slavery and said, I'm fucking making the revolutionary army. Garp is the most spineless fucking family member in the Monkey D family, and I stand by it. Yeah, he justifies it to himself, and again, he's spineless. Pirates are a bigger problem. And pirates are not the one literally running the world's slave trade. Don't get me wrong, they can take part of it, but they're not the ones actually actively running it. Like, as in, Doflamingo owns the slave trade. And who is Doflamingo part of? What's he part of? It's the fucking world government, the celestial dragons, the marines. They are so aware of this. They help. They are part of it. It's just unreal. Because I'll tell you what, if it were pirates, Garp would actually do something, wouldn't he? But it's not pirates, so he doesn't do anything. Just a coward. No, his character, I keep saying his character's good. The reason I talk about Garp like this is because I love talking about what he is and his boomer mentality and how he just sucks like that. I just can't stand seeing people fucking defending him. Like, I see people going, you just don't understand Garp's mindset. I understand his mindset, and I'm saying that's what makes him a fucking coward. I understand his mindset, and that's why I think he's not a good guy. Like, that's why I think he is purposefully blind, purposefully, willingly oblivious to the system that he serves. He knows. But he's like, well, what else can I do? The most I can do is this. And I don't agree with it. I see his mindset and I don't agree with it. I'm never going to feel bad for him. It's the people that try to make me feel bad for him that make me mad. It's like, you're not gonna make me feel bad for him. It's not happening. I'm sorry. I've seen many a people, we literally have characters in the story who were Marines and went, hey, this is fucked. And the biggest one is his own son. We literally have characters who saw the flaws and the issues of the Marines and went, I'm not being part of this anymore. And they left and started a fucking revolutionary army and started protests. Right? So it's like, you're not going to make me feel bad for Garp because Dragon exists. So long as Dragon exists, you're never going to have an argument that's good enough for me that makes me feel bad for Garp. It's not going to happen. He's a really good character. He's a fantastic character. It's the way people fucking defend him that drives me nuts. Imagine if... I'm not saying Garp is as bad as Doflamingo. I'm not. But imagine if I were like defending Doflamingo. Oh, this is all he knows. This is all that he could do. That's what it sounds like to me. And again, I'm not saying Garp and Doffy are the same. Not at all. But I'm saying that that's what it feels like to me. You're not gonna make me feel bad for Garp. You're not gonna make me reason with Garp. I have seen characters that have been in Garp's position and said, I don't agree with this, fuck this. So why the fuck would I feel bad for him? I know there are people that defend Doffy. I literally, when I started One Piece, had people saying, wait until you get to Doffy's backstory, it's really sad. And then it opens with him saying, where are the slaves, Papa? And I fucking laughed. I laughed! I was like, okay, I now don't feel bad for him. Like, I just don't. I just don't feel bad for him now. Look, it's just crazy to me that people say Treble groomed Doffy, and it's like, no, he didn't. He enabled him. Doffy's conqueror's haki, the will and want to dominate people and use people, came out before he met Treble. Treble simply thought he could use Doffy, but it went the other way. Doffy saw that Treble was someone he could use. Doffy was already looking for people to dominate. Was already looking for servants, for slaves, before Treble. He already fucking was. So when people use treble, it's like, guys, Doflamingo was already like that. He already had that mindset. Law even says to Treble, you're not equals with Doflamingo. You're the only one that thinks that. Doflamingo does not think you're equals. He's using you. He fucking always was. Doflamingo was always looking for slaves, for people to serve him. Treble thought he was using Doflamingo. It wasn't like that. Doflamingo saw that he could gain slaves through this, and he did. He willingly killed his father for power. He did that. Not Treble. Treble offered him a choice and he took it. It's just ridiculous. Slash serious. I have to keep telling myself S can be sarcasm. Well, Doffy already hated his... I know it's sarcasm. Doffy already hated his dad, already wanted out of his dad, already wanted power away from his dad. Doffy didn't gain Conqueror's Haki because of Treble. He gained it before Treble. Well, the interesting thing is, of course, Treble being indicated to formerly be a slave. Meaning, Treble didn't care about Doffy either. So the whole point of that was Treble was trying to use the power that was, like, that oppressed him against Doffy. And it didn't work, did it? Because Treble wasn't smart enough for that. And also, if you use that oppressive power for yourself on someone who is part of that oppressive chain, it's bound to backfire. That's the point. It didn't work for Treble. Treble wasn't smart enough for it, and he was essentially eaten by it. That was, again, the whole point of it. And I'll always defend SMH as so much hate. I'm not shaking my head. Always. I know I'm not crazy. It used to mean so much hate. It was a thing. See what I mean? The people are gaslighting me. It used to be a thing. Yes, sorry, she died. Sanji, stop it. Hang on, give me a second. listen. I was gonna quickly put some pasta, pasta bake in the oven, and I have to use these tomatoes for it. And this is telling me these tomatoes are only good until the 23rd of April. What the fuck are you talking about? They're like plump and everything. 23rd of April, my fucking ass. They're like all plump and yummy. I'm squeezing them. They still got give. Oops. All right. Hang on. I'm going to be back. I'm just going to quickly put some pasta in the oven. Okay? I'm back. Pasta's on. It is cooking and it is boiling. I just realized, because as I kept talking, because I was talking about Garp, right? And Garp makes me mad. And I got lightheaded, and I was like, that means I'm hungry. What was the question? Can you guys ask my plastic question to Mel? I need to get back to being a slave to the federal government. What was the question? Hang on, I see. Do you guys think a plastic bag would feel a sense of whimsy, freedom, and belonging as they soar in the winds, but feel dread and guilt as a sea turtle chokes on them when they make it to the ocean? Well, as Katy Perry once said, do you ever feel like a plastic bag? So, I think plastic bags never feel great. I think they consistently feel dread, as they are made of toxins. Yesterday was big conversations and I'm still thinking about it. I keep thinking about the chart that I was sent. Alice, it was like, how can God be all-knowing and all-powerful and all-good if these things... It was a big conversation. Oh yeah, also Sanji and eggs, how could I forget? The first question was, if a mermaid laid eggs and offered them to you, would you try them? And then the second question was, now if Sanji was the mermaid, would you try them? I know what, they're cute. Yeah, like caviar. It's tough being a girl by yourself. Every time I have to like stop the stream to cook because I don't want to order food, I think, oh, if Sanji were here, I wouldn't have to be cooking right now. And you know what? I would make him wear a maid dress. And he would happily fucking do it. Teach Blueberry how to cook. You think that fucking rent-avoiding, jobless bum is gonna do anything for me? Ugh. Wizzy, I don't know how to feel about that. But he wouldn't let them go to waste. I enter the kitchen to cook, and I can feel women's rights going backwards. This is a joke. Fucking everyone should know how to cook. That's why I made my kitchen pink, so I could enjoy the time that I must spend making myself food. There is a packaged Hokkaido ramen. Hokkaido miso ramen that is so fucking good. And I top it with so much shit. I make it like ramen, right? Top it with ham, top it with eggs, a little bit of cheese, chives, some pickled radish. And it is so good that sometimes when my friends are over, I'm like, do you want me to make dinner? We can have ramen. Okay. My friend was like, what the fuck? This is like restaurant level ramen. And I was like, girl, it's just packaged ramen with shit on top of it. But it's so tasty. It is the tastiest thing ever. This. If you ever see this in the store, get it immediately, inclusive of secret spice pack. Get it immediately. This is the fucking best packaged ramen ever. It is so delicious that it's sickening. Just sickening. Not spicy at all. Like, at all. I'm saying this as someone that loves spice, by the way. It's not spicy, like, literally at all. I think the spices they're talking about are like herbs, not like chili. Like, not hot. It is so yummy scrummy. Winter's coming up as well for Australia. That's peak ramen season. Ramen and soup season for Australia is on the way, and I'm very excited. Hang on, I gotta check my pasta. Was not ready. Whoops. My pasta. I just did the fucking thing where I opened the oven and I forgot about the steam and it just hit me directly in the eyes. It's amazing, no matter how old I get, I still do that. Who's this guy? What? I love this image. Clueless. Damn, it doesn't really work. I'll have to use another one. I can use a shock cat. That's a good one. My pasta's ready. I'll be back, everyone. She's back. And she's got her pasta. It don't look like much, but I promise it is delicious. Yummy. It's got feta cheese, cherry tomatoes, leeks, beef stock, a little bit of Greek yogurt, just a little bit, with Parmesan cheese, pepper, chili, smoked paprika, garlic powder, and oregano. The protein's the beef stock. Yep, homemade. It's not really fancy. I just whipped up what I had in the fridge. It's all made in like one pot. It's not fancy. Oh, and the tiniest sprinkle of nutmeg. It's actually incredible what nutmeg can do. Food made with your own hand tastes different. It does. Oh, it's so good. Man, I was hungry. Hang on, I need a napkin. I stink! Nutmeg is top 3 condiment. It's a spice, mate. I wouldn't call it a condiment. Isn't condiment like sauce? This is the first meal I've actually made in my kitchen since painting it pink. Because I'm sick of ordering in now, because I had to keep ordering food since when I was painting my kitchen. Alright, I'll accept it because you speak multiple languages. A pink meal. I'd have to make Sanji would be proud. Thank you. I'd have to make something with strawberries. Strawberry a strawberry milk. Now, I'm not a Spam fan. I've never quite been a Spam fan. But Spam is not a big thing that we eat in Australia. Like, you will very, very rarely get a food with Spam here. This is Spam. Spam in a can. It's just canned meat. What about the mushrooms with a bit of olive oil in a pan? Salt and pepper goes with heavier? With everything, is what you're saying? Yep. Mushrooms and olive oil. Yeah. I'm a big mushroom fan. I sadly do not have mushrooms that I could put in this. Spam, to my knowledge, is very big in Asian countries. They eat it a lot in, like, South Korea. Hello, Monopoly Money. I see you've switched over. Dragon fruit. The pinkest fruit ever. I love dragon fruit. Well, you're getting the wrong dragon fruit, Zim. No, dragon fruit has a very refreshing sweetness to it. It's very minimum, but it's there, and I think it's quite yummy. Wilbot, you've just equated two totally different fruits. Dragon fruit tastes nothing like kiwi. And kiwi tastes nothing like dragon fruit. I think grapefruit is foul. It's probably my least favorite fruit. It's just sour. I fuck with honeydew. It has to be of the perfect ripeness though. My favorite fruit is blueberry. Not my cat. But fun fact, when I was adopting her, when I was at the shelter, I found out her name was Blueberry. And I was like, is this fate? Is this fate? That's why I never changed her name. Blueberry, I would eat full punnets of. And watermelon, I would do that thing where I'd cut the watermelon in half and I'd eat it with a spoon, like a big bowl. And my mum hated it. She hated it. Because she said, like, just cut it up. You're ruining the fruit. But it's like, why would I cut it up when I can just eat it like it's a big bowl? Never understood. Never understood that. She didn't understand my vision. I haven't done blueberry picking, but I've done strawberry picking. Do I eat it in a bowl now that I'm an adult? No. Because now it's just me. So I can eat watermelon however I want. However I want. I think watermelon is made to be eaten like that. Oh yeah, watermelon with feta and mint. Oh, bitch. I only like mint the herb. I hate artificial mint. Sweet mint. I despise it. Peppermint. It's disgusting to me. I'm trying to scrape away from the microphone. Alright, I'll be back. Oh, sorry. I was opening the door for Blueberry if she wanted to go outside onto the balcony. Spam is overpriced. Spam is meant to be cheap. What? What the hell? Spam's like literally a fucking wartime provision. How in the world is it cheap? This is like when my friend told me in Indonesia, hash browns are expensive. Hash browns? I asked her, are potatoes expensive? She said no. And I was like, hash browns are literally just one ingredient. And it's fucking potato. How in the world is hash browns expensive? I can buy a whole chicken for a straw penny. I'm sorry, your currency is just a fiver. Those are not real words. For a copper piece. A shilling. I know you're English. I could tell when you said £3. But then you said a fiver. And I don't know what that is. I am aware we're an offshoot of you. And yet we don't use silly made up words. Oh, a fiver! Oh. Oh. Right. I thought this was I thought this was a new point of the pound currency that I'd not heard of before. A fiver. And I was like, I don't know what the fuck that is. Okay, that makes sense. New fantasy currency. A fiver. If you use it in any of your fantasy writings, you have to credit me. A fiver. $100 fivers. If you want to cross the bridge, you must pay me 3 fivers. The precious fivers. The economic crisis out of the Great War. A huge flood is going to happen. This is going to be catastrophic to the economy. By the way, I found out that when the Imu chapter dropped of Imu just decimating Zoro and Sanji in one go, I found out that was catastrophic for a lot of Zoro guys. For the Zoro bros. And they were arguing in regards to, well, who went down the least hardest. And I was like, they both got fucking wiped in a second. Like... They both got wiped in a second by the same guy. I honestly don't think it matters how, because it was the exact same guy that did it to both of them, right? Because when someone said on my stream, they were like, but look at the way Zoro gets taken out compared to Sanji. And I was like, I don't think that matters. And then they were like, it does matter. And it's like, it's the same guy. They both got KO'd in a second by the same guy. I honestly don't think it matters that much, right? Because we don't know the extent of what the fuck the got him pose that Imu did does, right? And also, we watch Sanji fucking explode. So it's like, I honestly don't think it really matters. They just both got wiped in 2 seconds by the same guy. And the reason it doesn't matter is because the point of that is Zoro and Sanji are equals. The point is we are watching them get wiped in seconds by the same guy, so that is scary. But I found out they were arguing about that, right? And I was like, how the fuck are they arguing about that? And then I realized the reason is, of course, because I always forget that this is an argument. It's insane to me. The reason is because Zoro fans argue that Zoro's closer to Luffy than he is to Sanji. How the fuck are you setting yourself up to fail that bad? That bad. You are fucking comparing the king's crewmate to the king. You are comparing the emperor to the emperor's crewmate. Of fucking course, Zoro's going to be closer to a crewmate than he's going to be to Luffy. Otherwise, Zoro wouldn't be on that crew. Like, what are you talking about? It's just insane. It's just so insane. Zoro and Sanji have always been closer in bounty. Not that bounty matters in strength, but they've always been closer in bounty. So much so that they argue to each other about it, and they hit the billion berry bounty together at the same time. Luffy hit it fucking ages ago, right? Okay, but Rayleigh, Roger, and Gaban were then all equals? That's why that panel of Rayleigh, Roger, and Gaban all stood together psyched them the fuck out. Because they're fine with Zoro and Luffy being on the same level. Sanji can't be there. How dare he be there? And I was like, are you guys like, what? They are called the Wings of the Pirate King. It's not Sanji alongside these two big fucking buff dudes. It's Luffy and his wings. Not Luffy and Zoro plus Sanji. Like, what are you talking about? And it reminds me of why they argue over and over about why Zoro has to be the first mate, because they need him. They need him to be above Sanji somehow. They need him to be. So they're desperate for him to be the first mate. And it's like, he's not. It's not gonna happen. But yeah, the reason they were arguing that is because they think Zoro is on or around the same level as Luffy. No, the fuck he isn't. Like, no, the fuck he isn't. Not at all. They just cannot accept that Zoro and Sanji are equals. They can't accept it. There's a reason why Luffy always takes on the big fucking fella, and Zoro and Sanji take on the other big fellas. Like, there's a reason they do that. I just don't know how you can watch the... This is why they were so desperate to have Zoro kill Kaido, by the way. They were so desperate for it. Because Zoro literally got knocked down to Sanji's level. Literally, he got knocked down to Sanji's level. And they just couldn't handle it. Zoro was so out of place on the rooftop that he could only get one move in and he collapsed. And he had to go downstairs because he couldn't handle it up there. Kaido was not his fight. Big Mom was not his fight. He was there to support, and he couldn't do that anymore because he got spent. He got wasted to such an extent that he had to get the fucking super steroid serum shot up his asshole so he could get back up again. And I don't know how anyone can read that and think, yeah, Zoro's closer to Luffy than Sanji. Excuse me, Zoro literally got pushed down to Sanji's level because he couldn't handle it up there. That's like that was environmental storytelling. Luffy was on the roof, Zoro and Sanji were on the left and the right brain. It's screamed in our faces. It's just unbelievable to me. I actually can't believe people argue that Zoro's anywhere near Luffy. That's also why when Zoro struggled with Lucci, they couldn't accept it. Because Luffy took out Lucci in 10 milliseconds. Not even 10 milliseconds, in 0.01 milliseconds. Zoro struggled greatly against Lucci. And they argued for the longest time, oh, Zoro's just playing with him. Of course he's not just playing with him. Of course he's not. That would be an idiotic thing for Zoro to do. Because that's in great danger that he's putting his crew in. Right? That's why they couldn't accept that Zoro couldn't take out Lucci in seconds. Because Luffy took out Lucci in seconds. I am now understanding the basis of every stupid fucking Zoro opinion I've ever seen in my life. I keep forgetting that the basis of all their arguments is Zoro has to be closer to Luffy than Sanji. I keep forgetting that. And when I remember it, that's when I'm like, oh, that's why these stupid fucking Zoro opinions keep appearing. Because they just cannot accept that he's equals with Sanji and not with Luffy. He can't be equals with Luffy because Luffy's his captain. It doesn't make sense. Luffy's the captain. You cannot be equals with him. Like, it doesn't make sense. It's just insane to me. It's just clear as fucking day that Zoro and Sanji are the equal ones. It's so clear. And I just cannot believe we're still arguing this in the big 2026. I really can't. Like, if anyone has the opinion that they're not equals, immediately all of your arguments are discredited. Like, all of them. I now have no reason to listen to you. I'm sorry. If you fail that poorly at, like, media literacy, at comprehension of your reading, why in the world would I listen to the rest of your opinions on this series? It's just crazy. It really is. $11.55. It gives fuel before your kickboxing classes. But Tsubaki, isn't it weird? Because shouldn't it be more accepted now? Because now it's even more obvious. But of course the arguments are, oh, but now Zoro's got Conquerors and Sanji doesn't. Zoro doesn't even fucking know he has it. He doesn't even know how to fucking use it right now. Like, he didn't even know he had it until recently. And Gabon literally said to him, mate, you're fucking useless if you don't know you have it. And he went, sorry. Like, it's just so insane to me. Well, what Sanji has is a fucking insane Germa exoskeleton. And he tanked... Like, here's the thing that gets me so fucking bad. People talk about, well, Zoro fought King, so clearly that's a stronger fight. Excuse me, did we miss when Sanji got literally pierced through the fucking stomach by King? And he just stood back up? Did we miss that? This is what gets me. Did we miss when Sanji got punched in the face by a seraphim and didn't even flinch? Are we missing things? Are we missing that Sanji can go invisible? The seraphim are supposed to be as strong as King, if not stronger. They're literally said to be one of the strongest things in the world. And he just tanked a punch and he didn't even flinch. He didn't even fucking flinch. And people will look at us like, oh, Sanji's not that. And it's like, he's clearly equals with Zoro. Like, he's clearly getting gassed up. It's the shoes. Oh my god, it's the shoes. It's just insane. God, it's so stupid. Sanji's not beating King. Mate, I watched Sanji tank a fucking Seraphim punch to the face. I think he could give King a fucking run for his money. Trust me, man. If you've got Zoro huffing and puffing against the Seraphim, and Sanji just tanking a fucking punch to the face, I'm sure he could give King a run for his money. Because here's the thing with Sanji, right? Here's the thing with Sanji. He doesn't want to be that. That's the thing that gets me the most. So many people argue, well, Zoro's just not using his full strength. Hello, shouldn't that be Sanji's argument? How is that not Sanji's argument? He refuses to use his hands, and he's got a fucking genetic engineering, like, fucking abomination that he doesn't want to use. That he actively doesn't want to use. He can move so fast that he turns invisible, and yet Zoro's the one getting the arguments that he's not using his full strength. Is that not what fucking Sanji's argument should be? Right? Zoro's got Conquerors though, which let him get past King's defense. And he didn't even know he had Conquerors, by the way. He doesn't know. And Conquerors, by the way, is not the end-all be-all thing to get past King's defense. King's defense was not because he was like fucking yoked up. It's because of the flames, remember? The flames. Once Zoro realized the flames were something that was stopping him, that's when he could fight. He had to use his fucking head. Zoro realized his brute force wasn't working. And I can tell you this right now, Sanji would have figured out a lot fucking quicker that those flames were the things that were stopping him. He would have figured that out much quicker than Zoro would have, because Sanji is more intelligent than him. He's a lot more intelligent than him, and I can say that for a fact. The reason Zoro got so fucking beaten around is because he had to figure that out. That's literally why. Sanji was versing a guy that could turn invisible, that could use fire, that could use electricity, that could use poison. And you're looking me in the face and saying, oh, King was the bigger fight. They're literally equally as fucking bad as each other. That's the point! That was the point of King and Queen. They were on the same level. They were literally on the same level. They were on the same level! That's why it's driving me nuts. King and Queen were fighting each other on, I don't have to listen to you because I'm better than you. That was the whole point. It was just insane to me. Like, I'm not even trying to power scale, but I think it's insane that people say that Zoro's the one not using his full strength because he doesn't want to, when canonically, narratively, that's quite literally Sanji. That's quite literally Sanji. There's literally an idea there that if Sanji wanted to, he could be a fucking assassin. An unstoppable assassin, but he doesn't want to be. Because that's not how he functions. Because his strength is his kindness. That's literally narratively Sanji's story. That is literally Sanji's story. And people look at you like you're crazy when you say Sanji's genuinely the one that doesn't want to use his full strength. That's fucking him! He's even got that line with Luffy where he's like, if I become a soldier, I can be your fucking unbeatable, mindless soldier. Sanji's the one that isn't using his full strength. That's part of his story. It's just crazy to me. It actually drives me nuts. This is literally a narrative level, not a power level. This is literally what Sanji's story is about, that he doesn't want to be that. So it's like, what are we arguing? I just don't know what we're arguing. Also narrative, yep. King and Queen were literally the same. They were the same. The reason I know they were the same is because they were the all-stars. The All-Stars were all of the same level. The story tells us that. King and Queen were equals. The story tells us that. We are literally told that. Jack was taken out by every single fucking mink in moon form. All of them. Jack had to be taken out by an entire fucking army of minks that were in their like massive forms. Jack was not at all shown to be weak. Kaido even says, you were not weak, they were just stronger. He literally says that. It's the downplaying of every other character that gets me. I don't know, I just feel crazy about it. And for several days. Jack was by no means weaker. There's a reason that if you're an all-star, you're up there. You know what cracks me up the most? You know the argument... This is what... If I really wanted to piss people off, I could. Because the argument you could use is... There's some evidence that Sanji could also be a fantastic swordsman. But he just doesn't want to be. And the evidence is his fucking knife skills on the Water 7 train. But he doesn't want to. And I know that fucking boils their blood. He just doesn't want to. Like... But it's true! I'm not even trying. Like, I don't care if Sanji's stronger, by the way. I don't care. I don't care if Sanji's stronger. I don't care if Sanji's weaker. But the narrative is telling us that they are equals. Like, ultimately, I couldn't care if Sanji's weaker than Zoro. I genuinely couldn't care. It's about the narrative telling us that they are equals. That's what I care about. But what gets me is if we want to argue this, there is so much more evidence within the story that Sanji can do what Zoro wants, Sanji can do what Zoro does. He just doesn't want to. There's genuinely and legitimately more evidence that Sanji could if he wanted to. He just doesn't want to, because that's not who he is. And that's what makes me insane. Because it's about Sanji choosing to be who he wants to be. He doesn't want to be a fucking strong, ridiculous, sword-using super soldier. He doesn't want to be that. So he doesn't use his hands. He doesn't want to mutate. He only uses his legs. It's that simple. It's that simple. Look, next time someone says Zoro's holding back and they keep using the Zoro holding back argument, I have to be like, what about fucking Sanji then? If we're arguing that Zoro could be more of a monster, he's just holding back. What about Sanji? Sanji's the fucking king of holding back because he doesn't want to be that. Robin as well, by the way, mind you. Robin as well. Robin doesn't want to fight. Like, she doesn't like it. She doesn't enjoy fighting. Robin also holds back an insane amount. She only fights because she has to, not because she wants to. Robin could be a fucking exceptional A-tier fighter, but she doesn't want to be. She doesn't want to be. She simply chooses not to be because she doesn't like fighting, and that's totally fair. It's a choice that she is making. I feel crazy. I just feel crazy. Like, the guy whose fighting style is literally not using a part of his body is the one that isn't holding back. But I've always said this is how Zoro and Sanji parallel each other. They will always parallel each other. Zoro wants to be this strong, unstoppable beast. That's what he's fighting to be. He's fighting to get to that. Sanji's actively choosing to not be. Like, this is literally like, that's the parallel. The parallel is one of them wants to be this unbreakable beast. The other one doesn't want to be and is actively fighting to not be. One of them hates how squishy he is and the other one doesn't want to be not squishy. Like, the police are after me. They literally fucking parallel each other. Sanji is fighting to keep his heart and Zoro is fighting to be stronger. They are opposites. Because some people always say to me, but don't you think it's like weird and unfair that Sanji can be at Zoro's level if he's a cook and he doesn't train? Hey, so that's the point. That's like kind of the point of his story right now. That he is this beast right now, even though like he actively is trying to still be human. That's like actually his story right now. I need the button. Wrong!
That's the asylum ambulance trying to get you for your hot takes.
They're trying to silence me, it's true. That's one of the reasons Sanji's one of my favorite characters ever though. That's why Whole Cake Island is incredible and why Wano was just fucking fantastic for him. We are watching a man who could be a person who, if he accepted the monster that he could become, could be untouchable. But he prioritizes his human heart, his soft heart, over everything. He would rather die than lose his humanity. He would rather die than lose the kindness and the sweetness that he emulates from his mother. He would rather be a human being than a powerful monster. And isn't that just moving? He could have this power and he doesn't want it. Because he wants to be a human. And I think that's awesome. Sanji's got a little Superman in him. But also the fact that his kindness is directly connected to his mother, and the fact he's exactly like his mother and he'd rather die than lose that. That's my princess, you know? That's my beautiful princess, wow. It's the fact that the second Sanji was like, I have to use my Germa powers to defeat Queen. After he like, you want to talk about a mental nerf? That was literally a mental nerf. He was like, I have to get myself together. I need to think about what's going on. I need to think. The majority of the Queen fight was Sanji having to fucking understand what was happening to him. And deciding what to do. That was literally the fucking majority of the Queen fight. And the second he decided on something, Queen was gone. Ah! And people want to look at me and tell me Sanji's not shit. They want to look at me and tell me Sanji's like, oh, he's just not really on that level. Bitch, the second he decided what he wanted to do, Queen was out. Queen was fucking out of there. Like, he said, well, if I become a monster after this, it wasn't if I defeat Queen, it's when I defeat Queen. And it was if I become a monster after defeating Queen. Hence why he called up Zoro and said, mate, you're gonna have to kill me if I'm weird after this. Because he was like, he knows he's gonna win. But what's gonna happen to him after he wins? Bitch! Don't get me started. Don't even get me started. And that's where Zoro went, the fuck? To be fair, the majority of the Zoro fight was also figuring out what the fuck he had to do against King. As in, why can't hit him? Oh! Fire on back. Gotcha. But that's why I'm saying... Like, here's what it... Look. Here's the way I see Zoro and Sanji fighting. Zoro doesn't dodge. So this is why the thing of, oh, Sanji couldn't take out King. I actually do think he could. And the reason for that is because Sanji is very fast. Zoro's not. Sanji moves so fast that he turns invisible. Sanji would have been able to dodge. Zoro doesn't dodge. Like, that's not what he does. He doesn't dodge things. He tanks hits because he's a tank. He's sturdy. Sanji dodges. That's like the whole thing. Sanji's like a fly. And Zoro's like a brick wall. That's the difference between the two. Raise your ya. By the way, this isn't to say Zoro's weak. I'm saying it is weird that people think it's a downplay for Zoro to be on Sanji's level. That is so weird to me. They are clearly both very powerful characters. It is not at all insulting for Zoro to be at Sanji's level, to be equals with Sanji. That's not insulting. Sanji is also a beast. When we accept that Sanji is also a beast, we will accept that, oh, actually, it's crazy that they're equals. Luffy's just a whole other fucking field. That's a whole other conversation. Boo up. See, I'm fine with Zoro being slightly stronger. I am totally fucking fine with that. I'm happy with that. It's simply the downplaying of Sanji that it's like, what the fuck are any of you talking about? What are any of you talking about? I am more than happy to accept that because Zoro now has Conqueror's Haki, he does have a little bit more juice to him. But of course, the equalness comes in the fact that Zoro doesn't know how to use it. Right? Zoro has no idea how to use it. So I'm sure that once Zoro knows how to use his Conqueror's Haki, Sanji's gonna get something too. Because when one of them gets a power-up, the other one gets a power-up. I don't know if Sanji's gonna get Conqueror's Haki per se, but I wouldn't be surprised if he got something else to do with his mutation. That, like, boosted him up. I mean, I'm not saying Zoro and Sanji is the better dynamic because that's subjective, but I am saying that Zoro and Sanji are clearly more written around each other than Luffy and Zoro are. And this is not bias. Zoro and Sanji are the wings. Zoro and Sanji are written together for Luffy's sake. That's like the point. That was the point of Thriller Bark at the ending of Thriller Bark. The reason Zoro and Sanji had that moment together in Thriller Bark was for Luffy's sake. And in the end, for each other's sake as well. That's why they keep that secret together, right? Everyone's got amazing dynamics, but it's quite clear that Zoro and Sanji are being written together to be wings together, right? And that's probably why Oda likes writing them together so much, because he does. It's very clear that Oda likes the dynamic of Zoro and Sanji. Tsubaki, explain, because I think I know what you're talking about, but explain the introduction thing. Zoro is tied up by the power in place and refuses to waste food and eats it. Sanji threatens the client for wasting food. I knew that was going to be it. I was going to say it's about the food, isn't it? Yep. They are both introduced on the basis of food and refusing to let it go to waste. And fighting against the powers that be because of that. I remember that sticking out to me as well, that they are similar. They're a lot more similar than they'll ever admit to each other. It's more about Zoro not letting Rika's effort and kindness go to waste. That's also Sanji though. Sanji also does not let someone's effort and kindness go to waste. That's why it's paralleling each other. It's just food is the main motivator between them for that. Honestly, one of my favorite scenes from the Baratier is when Sanji is holding Patty's sword. Patty's kitchen knife. And he's like, knives are sacred. Knives are sacred to chefs. And you should never take them and you should never touch them. So of course, there's also a respect for the blade that Sanji has here. While it may be a kitchen knife and not a katana, it is still a blade. And he still has the understanding of the respect of that blade. That's why Shokugeki no Sanji was one of the best fucking spin-offs ever. And I was thrilled to hear that Oda gave them... was looking over the draft and was telling them to actively change things. Because it means he looked over the draft of Sanji using Zoro's blade and went, yeah. Uh-huh. That rocks. It's so... Listen, this is how I know Toei have got to have a bias against Sanji. They've got to have a bias against Sanji. Because the Shokugeki no Sanji spin-off was so popular that 6 chapters were made of it. 6 chapters, along with being printed physically for people to buy. In multiple languages. That's how I know how popular that is. That it didn't stop at 1 chapter, it made 6. I think it was 7 chapters. They made like 6 chapters. That means it was popular enough that people wanted more. And I know that there's a fucking bias against Sanji because why would you not animate that? That is clearly going to make you money. People are clearly going to want to watch that. I don't know what the most popular spin-off for One Piece is, but I would not be hard-pressed to say that the Food Wars Sanji is probably one of the most popular spin-offs. I'd say the most popular spin-offs are One Piece Party, Ace's novel, and Food Wars Sanji. I'd say those are the most popular ones. Thank you. Zoro does have a spin-off. And no one cared about it. Because it was stupid. It was a novel. And it was dumb. It was basically like, he's walking around and wandering around. And it's like, there's like there's like a scary swordsman at like this dojo. And Zoro's like, damn, who's the scary swordsman? And then like, these guys go to the dojo to find the scary swordsman. And Zoro's like, it was me all along. I'm not kidding. Like, he was the scary swordsman that everyone was talking about all along. That's it. That's the spin-off. The funniest part of the novel spin-off is when Zoro runs into like a girl and she's got like a bucket of water and she's like, you stink. And apparently Zoro hasn't bathed in 2 weeks. So he grabs the bucket of water and pours it on himself. And he says, is that better? That was awesome. Nasty. And people want me to believe that this man washes his ass. No, the fuck he doesn't. I think it was taken from the Duma one shot. I think it might have been. But it was a lot more poorly done because it was just silly. Yep, everyone but Luffy and Zoro washed their ass 100%. I bet Frankie's even got a bidet installed in him that washes his ass. Luffy and Zoro shower once a week. Once a week, guys. They're not washing their ass. Look, I would love for there to just be a little joke, like I wish One Piece Party would joke about the washing schedules of all of them, because Sanji showers every day. Sanji bathes every day. Everyone else bathes every 3 days. And Luffy and Zoro bathe once a week. Which means the most peace and quiet that Sanji would get on that ship is in the bath. And I'm sure he quite enjoys just sitting in the water and relaxing, right? But that means on the day of the reckoning, when they're all in there, Sanji would be going, no! 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 Like, I'm imagining him trying to chill out in just the bath and enjoying the warm waters, and then they fucking barrel in and he's like, no, fuck, it's already, oh fuck. That's what I'm imagining. They have to make a joke about that at some point. He's like, no, fuck my me time! Because the other characters that shower every 3 days is Frankie and Usopp. And I'm sure Sanji has great conversations with Usopp in the bath. I'm sure Sanji has great conversations with Frankie in the bath, right? Jinbei as well, I'm sure. But it's not a lot of them, right? But once fucking Brook, Luffy, and Zoro are in there, it's gotta be catastrophic, right? It's gotta be catastrophic. It must be annoying. So he's probably like, my fucking me time, my peace and quiet, taken from me. You know that Sanji uses like 5 to 6 different products in the bath. And you know that Luffy's like, what's all that shit you're using? You know that Sanji's like, this is shampoo and this is conditioner. And Zoro's like, and conditioner? I just use this bar of soap. And I smell great. My hair's great. Frodis, it's not an agenda, it's canon. Otis said Zoro showers once a week. This is not an agenda. Once a week, mate. It's not an agenda. The author said. He's washing Chopper because he doesn't know how to wash himself. How they interact with each other day to day. I can tell you what happens day to day. The kitchen is out of bounds for Luffy. He gets kicked out constantly. He has to be. But when he's not kicked out, he sits there with knife and fork in hand like this. Waiting for lunch to be ready. And Sanji says to him, if you behave, you can stay. But if you try and take anything, you're out for the day. And sometimes Luffy behaves. Sometimes he tries to sneak a snack. And that's when he gets kicked out. It's best skincare routine on the ship. Robin, Nami, and Sanji. Because Robin, Nami, and Sanji all bathe every day. So they definitely have got the best skincare. They are washing out those oils. No, not in that order, just all of them together. Look, have you seen Sanji when he's 40 compared to like Zoro? Don't look at the bad end. We're not talking about that. Look at the fucking wrinkle difference. Look! Ah, where'd they go? Look at the difference in wrinkles. Like, be so fucking for real. Zoro's got the eye bags, he's got the forehead wrinkles, he's got the crow's feet, he's got the smile lines. Meanwhile, my beautiful princess, not a fucking wrinkle to be seen. Not a shrinkle to be seen. There's clearly someone. Look, he's even got the fucking. One of them has a sublime skincare routine, and it's not Zoro. It's not Zoro. Zoro looks 60 while Sanji looks 30. Like, come on. I got them in my folder. But here's the thing, Sanji would have to look after his skin and himself because he's got long hair. God, this is like the best fuck. This is how I know Sanji's made for me. Because for those who don't know, my biggest fucking peeve in the world is characters with long hair cutting it short. I'm sorry. Even if it's for the story, even if it's for whatever, I just really like long hair on any character. Any of them. So when a character with longer hair cuts it short, I get very upset. Buggy. That pissed me the fuck off. Unbelievable that they did that. So when Oda made his 40-year-old design, and he literally looks like his mother. For me! That was for me! That was for me! Also, Zoro's got longer hair too, he's just slicked it back. But Sanji has to fucking wash himself because he's got long hair. Otherwise, this would be greasy. Greasy as shit. What about Robin cutting her hair? I choose not to think about that. I just really like longer hair. On like everyone. I love long hair. See, this is why my opinions on One Piece not everyone agrees with, because I prefer long hair Nami to short hair Nami, because I like long hair. I just like long hair that much. When I saw that she gets long hair, I went, yay! Just because I think there's so many more ways you can style long hair. I love Nami's hairstyles in the time skip. She's got so many more hairstyles in the time skip. I am very afraid of bald people. They scare me. This is about fiction. It's about fiction. if there are people with short hair in the world, people who are bald in the world, you are real people. I don't have a thought. I don't have a thought about that. But fictional characters, stop cutting your hair. Like, imagine if Rayleigh cut his hair. I can't even think about it. I can't think about it. I can't think about it. Disgusting. Thank fucking God my beautiful Queen Rayleigh has long hair. I didn't even want to think about it. Oh my God, that made me violent. I cannot believe between them, Shaki was the one that cut her hair. And not Rayleigh. Gaban also didn't cut his hair. And that's cunt. Gag the house down, you know? Why do you think I like Shamrock so much? I've seen what Shanks could be. And he's not. Thank you, Monopoly Money. You're very generous. Also, why do you think I like Buggy so much? When I found out Buggy had such long, beautiful hair, I went, fuck. Now I have no choice but to stan. The high ponytails are like some of my favorite looks ever. I need to do more high ponytails for myself because I love high ponytails. And Buggy's is just... Oh, Buggy and a grande, you know? That's why Nummy's Punk Hazard look, I adore it. I love Nummy in a high ponytail. I am desperate for Shamrock to meet Buggy. I need to see if the clown fuckery is genetic. I have to see it for myself. Would Shamrock be encaptured by Buggy? I need to know. Shanks is just a drunk bum. I still think it's crazy Shanks mapped out his whole life with Buggy. No fucking wonder he gave up seeing the One Piece to stay with Buggy. Shanks was like, I mean, I'm not leaving, like, the guy that I'm gonna spend the rest of my life with. Hello? Are you stupid? My favorite thing about Shanks and Buggy seeing each other go to Marine Fit is now that we know how they're actually like, as in we've seen the flashback, they just went straight back to how they used to be. They just talk to each other like they'd always talk to each other. And isn't that just so endearing? They hadn't talked, you have to remember, for 17 years. 17 years they hadn't seen each other or talked to each other. They see each other again in 17 years and they go straight back to how they used to be. That's unbearably cute. I still stand by the first time they broke up, Shanks went to like talk to Rayleigh just to talk to Rayleigh. And then Rayleigh was like, hey, where's Buggy? And Shanks... Rayleigh, I fucked up! I fucked up! He left me. Well, do you understand how insane it is that Shanks and Buggy were that close? That Whitebeard was like, where the fuck is the clown? That's how close they were. That Whitebeard, who was not even on their crew, recalls Buggy and Shanks being connected by the hip to that extent. That Whitebeard sees Shanks and says, where's the clown? That's how close they were. That's insane. Thank you, Monopoly Money. And Shanks goes, haha, Oh, you mean Buggy? Who? Yeah. When did Whitebeard say that? The Shuggy chapter. It's in the 400s, I believe. Oh, wait. $487? No, not 487. That's Brooke. Wait, was it not in the 400s? Oh, it must not be in the 400s. 300s. Oh, later? 500s. No, it can't be in the 500s. No, it is the 400s. Yeah, 434. I call it the Shuggy chapter, and then someone was like, Mel, people know that as like the Whitebeard chapter. I knew it was the 400s.
Howdy do, boys.
Here it is. I fought against Roger's ship so many times, we locked arms so often, I began to remember some faces among his crew. What happened to that funny red-nosed kid with you? Did he get killed? Oh, you mean Buggy. That really brings back a lot of memories. And then, of course, there's a lot to say about how Oda framed this. However, it's insane that Whitebeard's first fucking thought is, Buggy's not with you? He must have died. Buggy's not with you. It's not, oh, he left. It's, he must have died. Again, that's crazy. And now we know, now we know. I remember when I saw this and I said, I feel like there's more to the story here. I heard rumors that he's still a pirate. Heard rumors, as if he's not the one fucking getting information on it. But I've talked about this. Someone made a fantastic post about how Oda will use speech bubbles to hide faces for vulnerability. So when Oda uses speech bubbles to hide Shanks' scar, that's Shanks showing a vulnerability. And he's done that before in the very first chapter of One Piece. You know, it'd actually be quicker if I just... Because I have it downloaded. But it would be quicker if I just went to get it myself. And I didn't even think about this. But he has done that before. It's not a stretch. Here it is. Oh wait, it's got to load up. Here. This is very purposefully placed. So it's after he's saved Luffy. And he's saying, stop crying, you're a tough guy, remember? And of course he's just lost his arm. So the point of the speech bubble over his scar is showing the side that isn't damaged. So it's showing his vulnerabilities, right? That's why Oda's doing this. And he uses the bubble to hide his scar. And that's why I always got a funny feeling from this page. I always had a funny feeling from this one. Because I remember thinking, why hide his face? Because it's a vulnerability! And now we know. I'm not making this up. Now we know. Buggy did mean that much to him. He 100% meant that much to him. To the point, Buggy was the first person he asked to be on his crew. Right? To the point that he had mapped out his fucking life with Buggy. To the point that he refused to see the One Piece if he were not with Buggy. because he wanted to look after Buggy. So it's like, I really think people undermine just how much he cared about Buggy. Like, it's a fucking insane amount. If you refuse to see the One Piece because you'd rather stay with someone, that's huge. That's massive. That's a big fucking deal. So that's why we got Odin's flashback and we got to Shanks and Buggy and we got Shanks saying, I won't see the One Piece. I'll stay with Buggy instead. We'll go there on our own ship someday. I went, what the fuck? Like, why aren't people making a big deal about that? There should be a much bigger deal about this. A huge deal about this, right? And I feel like people weren't reacting enough. They weren't reacting enough to that. Anyway. So yeah. Shanks' reason to not see the One Piece with Roger was because Buggy was sick. They didn't know anything about the One Piece at that time. So after that, Shanks had his reasons. Before that, they knew nothing about the One Piece. Shanks and Buggy were just on Roger's ship under Roger. They were all going to see the One Piece together. Buggy got sick and Shanks said, I'll stay with Buggy. If we're gonna see the One Piece, we'll see it together. We'll go on our own ship. He refused to see the One Piece because he would rather look after Buggy. That's crazy! That's crazy! That's why I kept saying something's missing. There is something missing in why Buggy hates Shanks. Because I never took the, oh, he just did the treasure map thing, the devil fruit thing. I never took that at face value because I was like, but we get to the flashback and we see that Buggy had his powers and he was still with Shanks. And he was still friendly with Shanks. So why is Buggy still friendly with Shanks when the thing that he claims Shanks ruined his life for has already happened? Why is it getting so bright in my room? But I always said that was weird. And then chapter 1084 happened. And I went, I fucking knew it. Sorry, 1082.
Who else would give up the One Piece just to stay back for a friend, lover? Besides Luffy.
I can't think of anyone. Aside from the Straw Hats, I can't think of anyone. But then this happened and I went, I fucking knew it. And it was so much more heartbreaking because you guys want to know what my theory was? My theory was Shanks did something horrible. And Buggy saw it. And that's why Buggy can't see Shanks the same way. That was my theory. And then it ended up being so much more fucking depressingly heartbreaking than I'd ever thought it was going to be. And it was literally Buggy admired Shanks so much. And he loved Roger so much that Buggy couldn't stand to see anyone else be Pirate King but Shanks. He couldn't stand it. Because he knew that Shanks was that guy. He put all his hopes and dreams into Shanks because he thought Shanks was that bright. And then Shanks stumbled and Buggy couldn't bear it. He just couldn't stomach it. Oh! Right, Blueberry? She's saying, yeah. Hey? Isn't that right? My famous daughter has come to see me. Hello. Have you been enjoying the balcony? I stand by Shanks fumbled Buggy. And the reason I stand by that is because Shanks was the one that was rejected. Shanks was the one that was planning out his whole life with Buggy. Was the one that was asking Buggy to come with him. Even extended his hand. And Buggy said no! What do you think? What do you think? Oh. Yeah, but Shanks was the one asking for him. That's a fumble. What eye color does she have? There you go. What are you looking at? You're just a baby. You're just a baby. You're just a baby. You're just a baby. What are you looking at? You're just a baby. You're just a baby. You missed her eyes? Okay, I'll show it one more time.
Yeah.
Mommy, that's you. Yeah, that's you. Did you know that's you? Did you know? Mwah. That's you, Buggy. Mwah. You are so cute. I'll put you down now, I'm sorry. How did Shanks fumble Mihawk? Because he fucked up. He fucked up in, bagging him. By all means, Shanks could have bagged Mihawk. And he didn't, because he ended up being a fucking alcoholic bum. The way I see it, Shanks wanted Buggy. Buggy said no. That's fumbling. That's a fumble. That is a rejection. And he fumbled Shanks because he had, sorry, Mihawk because he had all opportunity. But he couldn't get over it. Shanks was not okay with letting Buggy go. What fucking choice did he have? Buggy pretty harshly rejected him. I wouldn't call getting to the future and being a fucking depressed alcoholic bum okay. I wouldn't say Shanks is okay, personally. Bro, just let him leave? So you wanted him to run after him? Bro, Buggy straight up said, I am fucking never working under you. I'm not ever working under you. I'm not ever gonna be with you. And then he ran off. Bro, Shanks basically accepted, wow, Buggy hates me. That is not being okay with it. What else could he do? He accepted it. And then he grew up and he became an he literally became an alcoholic when he grew up. Like, come on. What do I think Shanks could have done to not fumble Buggy? Be excited to go after the One Piece. a lot of things. Listen, I don't even like fully blame Shanks is the thing, because tensions were high. But the issue came in the fact that they had just watched Roger get executed. The reason Buggy has a new spark in him now is because he's just heard that Shanks is now going after the One Piece. That's literally what woke Buggy up. The reason Buggy felt such visceral hatred towards Shanks is because Shanks gave up. To Buggy, Shanks gave up. Right? And for 17... What do you want? And for 17 years, Shanks didn't go after the One Piece. So as far as Buggy was concerned, Shanks had given up. 17 years is a long time to wait. And then he hears that Shanks is going after the One Piece. No, it wouldn't be 17. It would have been 19 years because we have to factor in the time skip. So 19 years. 19 years later, Buggy hears that Shanks is going after the One Piece. And he's like, what the fuck? Like now? Hey, Bobby. 24 years technically. So Buggy wasn't like totally off his rocker for that. He would have had to wait 19 years, but that was killing him. And the reason that was killing him is because... Bobby! Sorry, she's trying to sleep on me. Sit on me. The reason that was killing him is because, think about it. Buggy loved Roger dearly. He loved Roger so much. And he watched Roger basically give his blessing to Shanks. To be... She's kneading on me. You can't see her. But, Buggy watched Roger give his blessing to Shanks. Right? He watched Roger basically lift Shanks up to be as great as he was. And Buggy was like, I can't compete with that. I can't contend with that. Because how could he? Because he said Shanks shined so brightly, I couldn't possibly contend with that. So all his dreams and all his hopes were put in Shanks. Because he thought Shanks was just that amazing. Now combine that with the fact that Roger has just died. And combine that with the fact that now you've got a whole fucking swarm of people that are about to go chase the One Piece and try to get that King of Pirates crown. And think about how Buggy would have felt with Shanks saying, I don't want to go after it right now. To Buggy, that would have been a giving up of... Roger just died. The man that gave you basically all his blessings to be this... The king, the next king, has just died. Everyone in the world now is chasing to be the pirate king. Time is a ticking. And you're saying, nah. That's why that hurt him so much. That's why that put him through so much pain. Because it was a combination of the Great Pirate Age had just begun. He knew Shanks was incredible. And he didn't want anyone else to be Pirate King. Because he knew that's what Shanks could be, and Roger gave him the blessing to be the next Pirate King. Of course that fucking broke his heart. How could that not break his heart? By the way, I am not saying that Buggy is like overall healthy, but he did love Shanks. Because I see you guys in YouTube chat saying, oh, he's so toxic. Buggy just simply saw an unbelievable ability in Shanks. Not because... he was a gold digger, but because he loved Shanks. He knew Shanks could be great. He knew it. So what he was seeing in Shanks was a wasted potential. For fuck's sake, Roger was literally blessing him with that. Right? I'm not saying Buggy is totally emotionally, like, perfect. I'm not saying he's mentally okay. But I'm saying I see where Buggy's coming from. Because to Buggy, it was painful to see that Shanks was essentially throwing Roger's blessings out the window. Right? If he loved Shanks, he would have stayed with him. So that's not how human beings work. He was in pain as well. He loved Shanks, and he also loved Roger. Thank you, Monopoly Money. It was a combination of Shanks and Roger and the Pirate King, right? Again, you have to remember, he watched Roger give Shanks his blessing. Roger has just been executed, The world is now about to chase the title that Roger has blessed Shanks with, that Buggy knows Shanks can be, and Shanks is going, no. It broke Buggy's heart! It broke his heart! That's not Buggy being toxic. That's Buggy watching what he thought was Shanks throwing everything that Roger was blessing him with, everything that Buggy knew Shanks could be, out the window. Right? It was a disrespect to the captain, to Buggy, to Roger. And also the fact that he knew Shanks could be better. He knew Shanks could be that guy. But if you view it as a disrespect to Roger, don't you understand where Buggy's coming from? If you view it as Buggy has seen his entire life that this is what Shanks wants to be. Even as they were growing up, by the way, Shanks was like, this is who I'm going to be. I want to be this. Right? This is all Buggy has ever known. And then suddenly Shanks is like, nah. It hurt him. So he ran off. He basically didn't want to be with someone or be under someone who had thrown away their dreams. Because that's not the Shanks he knew. So of course it hurt him. I'm not taking this Buggy slander because it's totally understandable where Buggy was coming from. Again, I'm not saying Shanks was wrong in that situation. Right? That's not what I'm saying. But I am saying I think it's weird to say Buggy was the weird one in that situation. Also, to say Buggy was just a clout chaser. Buggy, just like Shanks, he believed in Shanks. He was putting so much of like hope in Shanks, which is what you do for a captain, by the way. You put your hope in your captain. If Shanks was going to be his next captain, how could he possibly follow Shanks when the hope that he just put in him has just been shattered? A captain is meant to hold the crew's hope. They're meant to uplift the crew. That is something Luffy learns. Buggy just right then and there is watching his hope within his future captain, which he was fully expecting to be, just shatter. So of course he ran off. He was fully expecting Shanks to be his next captain. Like, he was willingly accepting that. And it didn't happen. If Luffy stopped going after the One Piece all of a sudden, if Luffy said, no, I don't want to go after the One Piece right now, that would cause a discourse. Also, Zoro's not Buggy, but that would cause a discourse. The crew would be shocked. They would be shocked and they would be rattled. Because it feels like Luffy's been crushed. It feels like something in Luffy has broken. Right? And that's the captain's job, to be on top. As in to be the hope and dream holder of the crew. That's literally the job of the captain. That's what Luffy learns. Chasing a captain's dream is what holds the crew together. Like, if Luffy said, I don't want to go after the One Piece, like, right now. I just can't right now. The crew would be fucking in tatters. They wouldn't leave him straight up, I don't think. But they would certainly be arguments. It would certainly cause a ridge. 100% it would. Again, it's Shanks fumbling because Buggy rejected him. It's the rejection that means that is the fumbling. Shanks didn't disrespect Roger though. It's what Roger said to them. And Buggy didn't know that, did he? Also, Shanks had all time to tell Buggy that, by the way. Shanks never told Buggy that. So as you said, Shanks is bad at communicating. But how could Buggy know that? How can we possibly be upset at Buggy for not knowing something there? Right? If he was not actively told that, of course he's gonna run off. It is rejection! It's straight up rejection! It is 100% rejection. You cannot look at that panel and not call it rejection. The reason I know this is rejection is because Shanks straight up says to him, come with me. And Buggy says no. That's called being rejected. That's quite literally the definition of rejection. Hang on, I'm pulling it up right now. Let's pull this shit up. I could see that Shanks had so much promise ahead of him that I gave up on my own dreams. That's how serious this shit was. He put all his dreams in Shanks. That's what you do with a captain, by the way. Don't you remember what you said, Shanks? That you'd take your own ship to Laughtail one day. Yeah. And I've changed my mind. For now, I don't feel like trying to get there. What? But I'll still be a pirate. You're not who I thought you were, Shanks. Aren't you gonna be the king of the next generation? Come with me, Buggy. I'm not gonna work under you, idiot. You coward. He's literally extending a hand and saying, come with me. And Buggy's saying no. That's rejection! He's being rejected! Pushing away? Pushing away would be like Buggy still being with him. And going, ugh. This is straight up rejection. This is literally rejection. Come with me. No. He got rejected. Yeah. He's even shocked. He's even shocked at his rejection. Thank you for the sub. This is like the fucking primal definition of rejection. This is straight up. No. He's being rejected. He's not pushing Shanks away. He's rejecting him. This is rejection. Pushing away is like a lot more like, oh God, push posh. Straight up, he's saying no. Come with me, Buggy. No. That's called being rejected, mate. This is literally like, this is rejection. He rejected his offer. No. We can argue many things, but saying this isn't rejection is insane. That's insane. He said no. Don't piss me off. But this is how serious it is. I could see that Shanks had so much promise, I gave up on my dreams. And look at what we're looking at when Buggy says this. We're seeing Roger literally pass down the hat. I'm sorry, I will not fucking stand people saying Buggy was being ridiculous here. Of course this would have shattered Buggy's heart. Roger was his former captain, the man that raised them. A captain is supposed to hold your dreams. You sail with a captain that has dreams. If your captain does not have dreams... Right? It's the exclamation. Come with me, Buggy! Why is my fucking thing so big? Come with me, Buggy. With huge fucking exclamation points. He's fucking... Buggy! Come with me! No! Fucking double no, by the way. Like, mate! Blueberry, what are you doing? She just knocked something over. Get off of there! Bro, she fucking knocked off Aomene. She knocked off Basketball Zoro. How could she do that to me? My guy. She's telling me to shut up. Anyway, zoom enhance. I mean, look what Buggy said. Don't you remember what you said, Shanks, that you'd take your own ship to Laughtail one day? And then Shanks says, change my mind. I don't feel like, for now, I don't feel like trying to get there. I'll still be a pirate. Like, what Buggy is seeing is someone who's given up. That's what he's seeing. And that's why it's fucking him up. I will simply never ever stand. I will never stand for people thinking Buggy was being ridiculous here. If this man, this boy, was gonna be his future captain, then how could he trust someone who's changed their mind on their dreams? That's hard. He said for now, but what Buggy is seeing is he's seeing Shanks tripping. And usually that'd be fine, but this is the man that was going to be his future captain. That's why that was so tough. I have to throw him out of the way sometimes. Anyway. Whoops. Hi, Shanks. I didn't mean to open that. Anyway. Get behind me, Buggy. I'm very sad for Buggy. The fact that Buggy's, like, light came back when he heard that Shanks was going after the One Piece, that is seriously what he'd been waiting for. He'd been waiting for it all along. He'd been waiting for Shanks to go after the One Piece. That's why I'm saying I think the crossroads... I think that the crossroad that Buggy is going to meet is... Does Buggy really want to be king of the pirates, or does he still want to see Shanks wear that crown? I truly think that's the problem that Buggy's going to face. Is he still wanting to see Shanks be the king of the pirates? Is that still something he desires? Thank you, Monopoly Money. Again, the fumbling was being rejected. If you are rejected, I call that a fumble. If you're rejected by someone you desperately wanted to come with you, you have fumbled them. He was desperate to have Buggy come with him. And Buggy said, fuck no. You fumbled. Because it's not like Buggy was going, oh, please, please let me come with you, Shanks, please. Like, there's clearly someone who fumbled here. Look, there's a future in another world, in another life. There's a future in another life where Buggy said yes and became his first mate. And in that future, Shanks is probably not an alcoholic. That's all I'll say. I fully believe Buggy is going to sacrifice for Shanks in the future. I'm telling you, when we get to Laugh Tale, Buggy and Shanks are going to see it together. It's clear. They continue to revolve around one another. That seems very obvious to me. The fact that they're now both emperors together in the same generation means that they are still circling each other. I mean, it says enough to me that we get to Elbaf and Shanks is talking to Gabon and Shanks just fucking brings up Buggy unprompted. And it's like, yeah, I planned a life with him. And I was like, okay. I knew it! I knew I wasn't crazy.
I think Buggy would prefer to get the One Piece himself instead of Shanks. But he would give it up if it means saving Shanks' life. Also, good night, I'ma go to bed, see you guys.
You made good points. Farewell, good night. Your definition of fumbling is having a chance for a good relationship and deciding not to pursue that chance. But the definition of fumbling is also fumbling someone that you wanted with you. If you wanted someone with you and you fail, you have fumbled them. That's a fumble. Like, literally, usually, a fumble is when, for example, someone's talking to a baddie and they're being very careful about what they say because they don't want to fumble her. So you think about what you're saying and what you're texting, because what if I say the wrong thing and she rejects me? Then I have fumbled her. That's a fumble. It's not Shanks' fault, but he said the wrong thing and fumbled Buggy. It's that simple. I truly believe the fumbling is when someone wants someone and they did or said the wrong thing and they get rejected. You have fumbled them. Well, think about it. If you have like someone that sent like the wrong text to someone and they sent the wrong text to someone that they really liked, what does everyone say? Everyone says, mate, you fumbled. You fumbled her. Oh, fuck. Shanks should have ran to the airport. And there should have been, like, a romantic song playing. And Shanks runs through the airport. And the thing, like, flight for whatever is taking off. And Shanks is like, I have to get to the gate! Buggy's getting on that plane! I have to tell him how I feel! That's exactly what should have happened. Buggy wanted to be with Shanks until then, Victor! Until then! Shanks never wanted to stop being with Buggy. But Buggy then wanted to stop being with Shanks because what Shanks said was a fumble. And that's exactly what happened. But also, why did Shanks not go after Buggy? Because Buggy fucking hated him. Did you see what Buggy said to him? He said, I am never working under you. I'm never going to be sailing under you, you coward. Bro, he fucking stun-locked him. Like, it was really high emotions. Shanks went, damn. It hurt. Wait, I have like a meme. Oh my god, where is it? What do you mean that's Buggy? Mate, oh my god. It's this simple. Buggy and Shanks wanted to be together. Shanks then said the wrong thing. Buggy no longer wanted to be with Shanks anymore. Shanks still wanted to be with Buggy. That is Shanks fumbling. Again, if you think about it in the context of someone is trying to get with someone and they say the wrong thing and they fail, but they still wanted to get with them, you say you fumbled. That's what that means. I can't find the fucking meme of the guy like grabbing his chest and going, ow. But I did find this one. Basically, that's what Buggy did to him. So there you go. Oh, here it is. Grandpa heart attack. Buggy called him a coward. And that's what Shanks did. You think Shanks is happier than Buggy is? I totally disagree with you. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Shanks is literally on a path that he doesn't want to be on. We've just learned this. Shanks has a destiny that he's being forced to pursue to the point that he's a drunk. Shanks is having to clean up fucking everyone's messes. I don't think Shanks is happier than Buggy at all. I think Shanks is in a position that he's forced to be in, and I think he's quite miserable. Shanks is an alcoholic. What I think is quite clear is the second Shanks and Buggy split, they've started being pretty miserable. I think that's pretty clear. That was before meeting Luffy. Shanks is still an alcoholic. Shanks is an emperor right now, and he's an alcoholic. I don't think he's very happy. Right now, Shanks is an alcoholic. I think it's crazy to say he's happy right now. I don't think he is. I genuinely think the point of Shanks is Buggy. The point of Shanks and Buggy. Zoro's an alcoholic, and Zoro's going through it right now, isn't he? But Shanks has been an alcoholic for a very long time. And he's fucked, mate. Like, I would not call Shanks a happy person. I'd say Shanks is pretty miserable having to clean up everyone's fucking messes. But I think, to me, I think what's going on is Shanks and Buggy had to split. They're now both going down a path where they are both pretty unhappy. I would not say Shanks is a happy person. Especially now. Now that we know what's going on, I would not call Shanks a happy person. I'd say he's been forced on a path that he doesn't want to be on. Yeah, and Shanks has been going through it since the fucking Buggy breakup. Shanks is clearly, like, clearly not happy. Like, it's just clear. It's more and more clear that Shanks is going through it. And he's been going through it for a very long time. See, I disagree with you, Lord. I think Shanks is a bit depressed. He's called the Child of Destiny. I think it's quite clear that Shanks has no control of what his life can be, and that's upset him. I think that's pretty clear. We've got more information on that now. I think it's more clear than ever that Shanks is unhappy with where he is and who he has to be. I don't think Shanks even wanted to be an emperor. I don't think Shanks even wanted to be a big pirate. I think he wanted to be a pirate. I don't think he wanted to be a big pirate. I think he just wanted to sail, right? Shanks has literally been forced on a path that he doesn't want to be on. I don't think he's happy. I think he's just doing what he's been told he has to do. I'm using it now! I am looking at Shanks now! Victor, you're not understanding. That flashback, right? We find out Gabun is calling Shanks a child of destiny. We now jump ahead. Shanks is now making moves for things such as going after the One Piece, such as cleaning up a lot of stuff, right? I think it's clear as day that Shanks is currently being someone he's been forced to be. And that's why Shanks likes Luffy, because Shanks is freedom. Sorry, Luffy is freedom. I don't think Shanks is a free person. I think he's quite trapped. I am not using a flashback for that. I'm using what we've seen of his life. He's quite literally being told you can't escape your past. Bro, Shanks is fucked. Are you kidding me? Shanks is not a happy camper. He's quite tragic. Like, it's been made pretty clear he's quite a tragic person. Elbaf is showing that to us. I would not say Shanks is happy. I'd say Shanks is stuck being someone he doesn't want to be. Right? In the same way Buggy has become a false prophet, essentially. Shanks has become an emperor in a position of power that he probably never wanted. I don't think he ever wanted that. Victor, I just totally disagree with you. I totally disagree with you. I am not seeing Shanks as someone that wants this. I am seeing Shanks as someone who's been forced. Again, how can you see Gaban saying, you're a child of destiny, this is something you've been fated with, this is a path you've been forced on. How can you see that and say, yeah, this is something Shanks is happy with? This is literally something Shanks is forced to be. He's forced to be this. This is something that he's not chosen. How can you possibly see that these are the things that he's been told and say, yeah, he's happy with where he is? He hasn't chosen the majority of this. But see, I don't think Shanks is content. I don't think he is. I think Shanks is just going through the motions. I think ever since we've seen his past, this is something that Shanks has accepted he has to be. I wouldn't call that content. I'd call that acceptance. He's accepted this is what he has to do. He saw freedom in Luffy. He's happy that Luffy exists, but he still has to do what he has to do, doesn't he? I think he's happy with who Luffy is. He's happy he sees a freedom in Luffy. But he's still stuck, isn't he? Why do you think he passed the hat down to Luffy? He's passed the hat down to Luffy because he's like accepting he can't be what Roger wants him to be. That's literally he's fucking giving it over, right? This is what I mean. This is not rage bait. This is why I hate this rage bait shit. Victor is not rage baiting. I know Victor legitimately believes this. And Victor will even say, I'm not rage baiting. Stop calling it rage bait. People genuinely believe this stuff. It's not rage bait. This is legitimate. This is legitimate that people think Shanks is happier now. It is not. Look, listen, the reason I hate calling this shit rage bait is then because you shut down the conversation. This is not a conversation I want to shut down because I know that this isn't rage bait. It's not rage bait. This isn't rage bait. A lot of people think this of Shanks. And I think it's crazy to think that of Shanks when we have seen that he's being forced on a path now. We finally get information about Shanks and about Shanks's past, and we see that Shanks is being forced in a position and on a path and on a destiny that he doesn't want. And people will say he's happy now. I just don't think he is. I think he's pretty fucking miserable because he's being forced into where he has to be, what he thinks he has to do. I think Shanks wakes up every day and thinks, fuck, I have to do this again. I don't think he's that happy. I really don't think he's that happy. Look, the reason... Victor, I'm not calling you an idiot, but I'm saying the reason I hate that rage bait shit is because some people are that stupid. Some people are that stupid, and it's a conversation that we need to have, okay? Victor, I'm not calling you an idiot, but there's been so many times where I know someone is not rage baiting. I know it's legitimately something they think, and people go, Mel, that's rage bait. It's not rage bait. Some people are legitimately just that stupid. Stop shutting down conversations, okay? I promise you they're beneficial. I promise you. Farewell, Sabaki. But also, you know it's not rage bait because the arguments are literally not, like, ridiculous. Listen, I fucking hate the term rage baiting. Yeah. Thank you for the sub. The reason I've talked about this. That's the reason I hate the term rage baiting. Because then, again, then you just don't have a conversation. And it's beneficial to have that conversation. Because it's not rage baiting like, oh, the sky's not blue. That's rage baiting, right? Zim, it wasn't you. It's Crocker Mum. But I also like to think I'm pretty... The reason I think I'm pretty decent at picking out rage bait is because it's literally nonsensical. Rage bait is nonsensical. Guys, we are in a fandom where people legitimately think Zoro's on par with Luffy. Please remember that. We are in a space where people think Zoro and Sanji aren't equals, legitimately. And then, oh, that can't be a real opinion. I'm afraid it is. Rage bait is saying Sanji is a top. Anyway, Victor, I'm not calling you an idiot. But after we've learned so much about Shanks and who Shanks has to be and what Shanks has been through, I just do not think Shanks is happy. I really don't think he's happy. I think he's stuck in being something he doesn't want to be. I think he likes Luffy. I think Luffy gives him hope, but I don't think he's happy. We'll learn more about Shanks, okay? We'll learn more about Shanks. But I have a sneaking fucking suspicion the more we'll learn about Shanks, the more we are going to learn he's shackled. And that's why he likes Luffy, because Luffy is incredibly free. And Shanks isn't. The happiest times in Shanks' life, as we saw, was on Roger's ship. Those were the happiest times of his life. And he's not getting those back. I think he's pretty wasted. The more we learn about Shanks, the more we learn how depressed he is. Bye-bye. But also, I'll be honest and I'll be real with you. There are two stages of alcoholism. There's Zoro's alcoholism, in which he clearly just likes alcohol. And then there's fucking Rayleigh and Shanks's. Rayleigh and Shanks are actually getting, like, sloshed. Like, sloshed. We very rarely see Zoro actually be sloshed. Like, genuinely passed out. Totally drunk. When we are introduced to Shanks as the Emperor again, it parallels with Buggy. With Buggy being like a fake, basically. And then we see Shanks and he's totally fucking drunk. That his crew is like, Captain, you've had too much to drink. And Shanks is like, no. There's two different forms of alcoholism here. And Shanks is on a pretty heavy end of it. Shanks is on the Rayleigh end of alcoholism, in which they're clearly drinking to suppress something. And Shanks drinks alone! Oh my god, and he drinks alone. I think you need to see it in Shanks. I really think you need to see it in Shanks. Shanks literally drinks by himself without his crew. That's a good point. He's a lone drinker. Mate, he's depressed. You don't drink by yourself to have a good time. Like, I'm not calling Shanks a fun alcoholic. He's not. Zoro doesn't get sloshed! Victor! You are fucking missing everything I'm saying! We don't see Zoro like sloshed, like shit-faced. We have seen Shanks shit-faced. Shanks gets shit-faced. Zoro doesn't get shit-faced. The only time we've seen Zoro really get shit-faced is when alcohol was offered to him by the fishman. That was it. That's like the only time we've seen him shit-faced. Shanks gets shit-faced on his own. And his crew are like, he's fucking drunk again. That's literally a depressed alcoholic. Not even his crew talking to him stop him from getting shit-faced. Low tolerance isn't depression. It is if you keep fucking drinking to the point your crew is like, he's drunk again. Hello? Also, have you seen how much Shanks drinks? We've seen it. Low tolerance is depression if you're just drinking by yourself all the time to the point the crew is like, the captain's drunk again. That's literally, you're a fucking depressed alcoholic. If you're drinking by yourself and constantly getting shit-faced. That the people around you are like, oh fuck, he's drunk again. Like, come on. Yeah, even Mihawk is like, stop drinking so much. Oh my god. Shanks has an alcohol problem like Rayleigh has an alcohol problem. I'd say that's pretty obvious. Either way, Shanks is not a happy alcoholic. And I'm certainly not seeing him as that. And I never did see him as that. Yeah, it's not as explicit. Because we don't know enough about Shanks yet. But the more we learn about Shanks, I'd say the more clear it is that, oh, he's got a problem. Kaido we learn about quickly. Crocodile we learn about quickly. We are slowly learning about Shanks, and we are slowly seeing why he has the habits that he has. The second we saw Shanks' flashback, and the second we saw the burden that he is shackled with, is starting to make more of his habits make sense. That's kind of, to me, the point. Shanks has always been a mystery. $11.54. Piece by piece, it's all coming together. And you know what's amazing? A year ago, I wouldn't have been able to talk about Shanks like this. A year ago, I would have been like, we just don't know enough about Shanks for me to be able to say what's up or down about him, you know? But now, we're actually gaining some perspective, and now I can argue these things. Because now I'm seeing more and more about him. It's all coming together. But also, the fact that Shanks has the fucking deadest eyes I've ever seen. Shanks's eyes, every time we see him, are so dead. He's got dead fish eyes. It's actually insane. we see the little fella. Kind of miss those times. No! Come back, Ferdinando! He try and get the job done quickly. Victor, the whole point is he's forced to wait. What are you talking about? You're mistaking Shanks trying to do some good in the world with Shanks being happy with his life. I see it as the total opposite. If he has a duty that he has to do, then he's also going to help people along the way. No? Why is him helping people means he's not depressed? Like, what's the correlation with that? What about Sanji? Sanji helps people all the time. Sanji hates himself. Ah! So what's that correlation? We know that Shanks has been put in a position where he's been forced to wait. So he's going to help people when he can. That doesn't mean he's not depressed. There's honestly, to me, no correlation there. There it is. Honestly, if anything, that would be like, I fucking hate my life. The least I could do is some good in this world. He's literally going after the One Piece right now. Right now! That's literally what he's doing. That's what he's doing right now! He has his strong crew. He's literally had a strong crew for over, what, like 17 years? And he's been waiting to go after the One Piece. While he waits to go after the One Piece, he's helping people. And now he's going after it. He's been sitting and waiting. That's all he's been able to do. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make sense. He's got the pieces lined up. Now he's going after it. That's what I mean. He helps people to apologize on behalf of his fucking blood. That's why I'm saying what you're saying sounds like the opposite to me. It sounds like he thinks he's so, like, shitty that he wants to help people. That's what Sanji does. That sounds the opposite to me. That's why that confused me. The fact that Luffy's fixated on Shanks should itself be an indicator that all is not well with Shanks. Yeah. That's rough. Depression radar honing in. Victor, he doesn't need a strong fleet because he's got his crew. He's going after the One Piece right now. What you are now mistaking with is, why didn't he just create a huge fucking army to then go after the One Piece? He has his army. That's his own crew. So while he's got his own crew that are powerful, so powerful, by the way, that he's an emperor with his crew, that he's now helping people while waiting to go after the One Piece. Right? He's an emperor. He's clearly where he needs to be. He's trying to help people, so he's taking weak crews under him to protect them, because he's helping them. So how does that stop him from being depressed? How? I don't understand that correlation. He's literally where he needs to be. Like, he's got his crew. He's going after the One Piece. It's now time. All the puzzles are in place. All the puzzle pieces are in place right now. So while he waits, he protects people under him. Makes sense to me. Zuko voice, that's rough, buddy. Ow! Oh! Oh, my stream crashed for a second. Well, look, it reminds me of Sanji's self-sacrificial nature. If I said Sanji was self-sacrificing and clearly had issues with himself before Whole Cake Island, people would not have believed me. They still don't believe me now. They still don't believe me that Sanji hates himself. If I used the Baratier to say Sanji hates himself, people wouldn't have believed me. That's how I'm seeing Shanks right now. I'm seeing it as some people do not believe he's depressed because they don't think it's obvious enough or they don't see enough of the signs. But that's why I'm saying this is a slow burn situation. I think we are very well going to get to a point where it's made very clear that Shanks is not happy. I think currently that's pretty clear, but of course, I guess I look very, very deep into things. But I think it's quite clear that Shanks is in a limbo right now. And that Shanks is not a happy camper. GD, why I disagree. I think Sanji still hates himself because he's still got Germa in him. I don't think Sanji has gotten over his hatred for himself. I think it's still very much there. And I think he still very much suffers from it. Like, he's mutating even more. Here you go. So this is the guy you're calling has low tolerance. This is how much he's drinking. Mind you, he's drinking by himself yet again. Mostly by himself. Low tolerance? He's drinking a fucking saucepan. That is not low tolerance. And this is what I mean with Shanks's eyes. Every fucking time I see him, he's got like the fucking deadest eyes ever. This is what Sanji's eyes look like during Whole Cake Island. Sorry, I'll zoom in a little bit. They just always look so like... They look so like nothing behind them. I don't know, man. I feel bad for him. Do, 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 do. Sorry, I'm looking at the fucking saucepan that he's got as he drinks. Bro, Shanks' crew just continually have to drag him away from alcohol. I'm not seeing a happy man. Did we want to play Mario Party? I've gotten to 10 minutes. A declaration of war. Alright, fine. Shanks doesn't bathe. You want to know why he doesn't bathe? Because he's a depressed alcoholic. Also, by the way, I'm not saying Zoro's depressed, but he's got something. Because the argument that I know you were making was just because you drink a lot doesn't mean you are facing these issues. Look at Zoro. Zoro's not okay. He's not okay. He is not okay. Zoro's got fucking mad anxiety and I stand by that. I think it's a miracle that Sanji's not an alcoholic. Yeah, he has times where he drinks where it's okay, but he also drinks a fucking ridiculous amount and he's not okay. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Just because you drink during good times doesn't mean you're not an alcoholic. Because if you drink during the bad times or the still times, that means you're an alcoholic. If you are turning to alcohol to try and stop thinking about something or wash away something, you are an alcoholic. That's right, yes, Sanji is a chain smoker. Whoa! I don't think Sanji has a porn addiction, respectfully. And the reason I can say that is because he actually does things. As in, Sanji is too, he's too social. Sanji's too social and he's too productive to have a porn addiction. I say that with all respect in the world. I think he simply just has some nudie magazines that he enjoys. If Sanji had a porn addiction, he would not be getting up at 6 AM to cook for the entire day and go to bed at... What is it that he goes to bed at? Midnight? He wouldn't have a hard fucking schedule like that if he had a porn addiction. I'm just saying. I'll say this as respectfully as possible. The reason I know Puritism is coming back in such a fucking big way, in a way that I do not like, is because people were shocked at Sanji having fucking, like, nudie magazines in his locker. And they were like, he's a gooner, he's a gooner. And it's like, because he looks at naughty magazines? What? Like, what are we like, he is an adult. He is allowed to look at and enjoy NSFW content as any adult is. So I was like, the way people were talking about it, like it was the biggest and negative in the world. And it's like, bitch, what the fuck are we talking about? I literally have doujinshis of Zoro and Sanji fucking barebacking. My locker would also be full of fucking NSFW contents. And it's insane to me that people are seeing like his nudie magazines and going, he's like a weird fucking gooner. And it's like, it's actually genuinely somewhat healthy to enjoy NSFW contents. I know that's shocking to hear. I'm not saying Sanji's healthy, by the way, but I'm saying that to like be weirded out by that is very puritism. That's like very purist to me. Because it's like, why are we demonizing NSFW content? What is happening here? That was so weird to me. It was just weird to me. Like, why are we clutching our pearls because an adult character on this series is looking at nudie magazines? Like, like what is going on? I think it's the balance that people can't find. I find it especially, again, I say this respectfully, I especially find this with Americans. It's either all in or nothing. As in, I see a lot of, especially teenagers, and again, they should not be talking about this online, but I see especially teenagers online talking about this shit. And I see them saying there should either be like a total fucking ban on porn, or they go the other way and say like, who cares? Everything should be allowed. And it's like, why the fuck is then, like, why can't we be normal and have a middle ground? What is going on? Sanji doesn't have the internet to look up NSFW. Why do you think he'd have a fucking porn addiction if the internet existed? He'd still be a cook. He'd still have a job. Sanji is way too motivated to spend his life like that. Just because he enjoys the sight of a breast from time to time does not mean he is going to get addicted to it. Like, what are we talking about here? If Sanji had a porn addiction, a magazine would be enough for him to drop everything. Like, what are we talking about? Dude, I can tell you with a lot of certainty, if Sanji had the internet, he'd spend a lot more time looking up recipes than he would looking up porn. Because that would be a side time for him, a side hustle for him. His greatest love is cooking and food. That's his greatest love. Don't get me wrong, he'd enjoy the occasional, like, porn video, as I'm sure some of us and most of us do. An addiction is life-ruining. That's why it's called an addiction. It's called an addiction because you're picking that thing over other things that you should be doing. That's an addiction. It becomes an addiction when you stop doing things that you should be doing or making choices that are the right choices because you're picking that thing. For example, instead of going out with your friends, you want to stay home and drink. That's an addiction. It wouldn't be a porn addiction if he was productive. And if he still had social relationships, like proper healthy relationships. This is wild! I'm completely pure. I just totally disagree. I totally disagree that Sanji would absolutely not be like stopped by this because he's way too fucking passionate about cooking. He's a fucking line cook. He's even got Zeph there to fucking set him straight. It's not happening. We are totally pure and innocent. I guess you could call it high functioning, but I just do not think he'd have an addiction. I really don't think he would. I think his addiction is chain smoking. I think nicotine is his addiction. But I'm positive he'd spend more time on the internet looking up recipes and cooking than he would looking at fucking porn. I'm positive of that. He would die. That's true. He literally explodes at the sight of a breast. I think he'd be killed too fast. Disgusted at Sanji smoking. Well, look, the reason I'm super duper, like, because I have things to say about a porn addiction, okay? While I accept that it does exist, I do not accept essentially the reasons for that existing. And the reasons for it existing are just usually highly antisocial men that do not know how to socialize and do not know how to have connections. To me, and I say this with all the love in the world, a porn addiction is usually men that just don't talk to each other. Sanji's not that. He's not that. That's why I'm like, I am totally against this idea. Because he actually socializes. He actually speaks. He actually has connections with people. What would Sanji do if he had internet? We are. I was gonna say, it's in the same sense as the male loneliness epidemic. There is literally no coincidence that the male loneliness epidemic has arrived at the same time as these so-called porn addictions, okay? There's a reason this is happening. And it feels very, oh, woe is me. it feels very much like that. Because it's like, you would not have this porn addiction, this so-called porn addiction, right? If you actually, like, talk to people and socialized and saw people as human beings. It's that simple. That's why I don't like the term in itself. I just think it's kind of... I'm trying to be nice here. I really am trying to be nice here. But it's tough because it's like, every time I run into people with a porn addiction, it's usually men. And it's usually incredibly fucking antisocial and uncomfortable men to be around. And the porn did not make them like that. They were already like that. Right? It's this, I have an addiction to this thing and it's made me like this. You're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying anti-social in the sense that, oh god, I just can't talk to people. I'm saying anti-social in the sense that you are just an incredibly uncomfortable person in the sense that you are clearly not seeing people as human beings. Like, I'm not talking about autism. I am not talking about ADHD. I am talking about the fact that a lot of these fucking so-called porn addictions come about from men who are simply misogynists. It's that deep. That's what I mean. I'm saying antisocial in the way that men are not seeing women as human beings. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I find it really, really hard to accept this like term of like porn addiction, and then you look inside the box and it's just basically men hating women, and it's like awesome. That's just awesome. Because it's not like alcoholism, it's not like drugs, right? It's just not. It's not a substance. Gooners are fine. Gooners have been very demonized. I think gooners are fine. But that's why when I see Sanji would have a porn addiction, I'm like, no, he wouldn't. Don't get me weird. Don't get me wrong. He's weird with women, but it's not to the point that he'd be like that. It's not to the point that he'd have a fucking porn addiction and be like, oh, I just don't know how to talk to women. Why can't women be like this with me? Like, that's what that is. It's like the male loneliness epidemic. I am not saying the male loneliness epidemic isn't real, because it is, but I am saying that it's a fucking woe is me epidemic. It's a fucking self-inflicted epidemic of, well, maybe if you just treated women normally, this wouldn't be happening to you. That's literally what it is. Like, it's the same fucking thing. An episode on Gooners. Sanji's a perv, not an incel. That's the exact thing. A lot of people with a lot of men with porn addictions are incels. They are. Sanji is not a fucking incel. Again, he's weird. He's a perv, but he's not an incel. Sanji will serve women before he demands anything from women. He's a simp. Indeed, he's a simp. Yeah, Mineta would have a fucking porn addiction. He's gross. He's icky. Sanji does serve women without expecting anything in return. What a lovely convo to wake up to. He's a respectable pervert. He's still a pervert. He still does shit. But he's not an incel. I draw the line. I'm not saying he's perfect. But he's not an incel. By fucking no means is he an incel. He doesn't think women exist for his pleasures. I think Shanks cares about porn when it's of the clown. Of the clown variety. I think Ben found it under his bed and he went, oh god. We're being normal about clowns. Anyway, it's nearly been 6 hours. I think it's time to play Mario Party. Good conversations all. Sorry, that porn addiction topic, it just touched on something that I've been thinking about for a long time in terms of, is this something that is legitimately something that is like an addiction, or is it just, I don't know how to treat women, so I'm going to blame the women on my screen for being like this. And I'm afraid it's the latter. I'm afraid it's the latter. I'm afraid it's a roundabout way of blaming women, because it is. And I believe it. Okay, I'm gonna jump for about 20 minutes. I'll set everything up. I'll turn off the music. And I'll see you guys soon. Let me get in my box. Alright, thank you everyone. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, and I will see you soon for some Marios. Going to sleep. Farewell, thank you for joining. See everyone in Mario if you're joining me for Mario. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, 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 bye. Bye.